right?
Yeah, it's at the United Center. It begins at 7 o'clock tonight. Tickets still available, Dan. And Tal Brody will be there. I'm sorry. Signing autographs and meeting all of his fans.
Right. Sure, all those Illini fans that watched Tal Brody play in the
Yeah.
60s. And
Back in 1965. And he took the starting spot from none other than Jerry Colangelo. Jerry Colangelo was a starting guard at U of I, and he swooped in there and grabbed it from him.
Yeah, did Colangelo go on to do anything? I don't remember.
Oh, yeah, he kind of owns the
Yeah.
Phoenix Suns
Yes,
and the
very,
D-backs.
very successful. I am unable to make it, so if you could extend my regrets to Tal Brody. But it is...
Tickets are still available through Ticketmaster. $20. That's all it costs to see Maccabi Tel Aviv versus Maccabi. That's what I meant to say. Versus Armani Milan. It's the EuroLeague game of the century that's being played right here in Chicago.
Well, it's interesting. So on the team, I looked at the roster. So you have Jordan Farmer, who played at UCLA, who's on the Tel Aviv team, who's a really good college basketball player, and Robbie Hummel from Purdue, who plays for the team from Milan. Robbie Hummel probably could have made it in the NBA if he didn't have so many injuries in college, much like Derrick Rose could have potentially made it in the NBA.
But, and then, do you remember Brian Randall? He played for U of I. He's on the Tel Aviv team as well.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so that'll be a good game. I have, unfortunately, just when I thought I was out of this, I've been recruited back to my supermodel days.
You're going to...
I'm doing some runway work again on the side.
Are you going to wear wings this time, or are you trying to tone it down a little?
I'm going to do like a goose on my head, like Bjork. I want to do something a little provocative.
Okay.
Make maybe like a Lady Gaga entrance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Great.
On a bed of bubbles or something. But no, I am actually modeling.
Really?
Quote unquote. I have to walk down a runway for this fundraiser for Rush Hospital.
Oh.
Yeah.
You better work it, and you better own that runway, Dan.
Well,
I want attitude.
Zoolander has nothing on me.
You have to really sell it to the back row.
Yeah.
Really? So you really are modeling. I thought you were joking here.
I hope it's not to Right Said Fred.
I modeled once.
I hope I don't have to walk down the runway to that song.
Do you change in the back room with all the ladies, or is it just one outfit and you're done?
It's men.
Okay. Well, I modeled with men and women.
Yeah. At least that's. I don't know. I know nothing about it.
Oh, it's fun though because everyone changes in front of everybody. That's how they do it. And I was once in the room with Jay Levine, and we had to change in front of each other. Thank goodness his wife Marianne was there too. And but all these supermodels were changing right in front of us, and Jay Levine's looking around. I was like, "This is a nice gig."
Yeah.
I'm like, "All right, we can stand here and talk longer." I don't know.
Then they were all saying, "Who's the creepy guy from CBS?"
And how do we get him out of here?
Yes.
Security.
Well, now that we have got our social calendar for today out of the way, big news yesterday. Relax America. The temporary furlough of a small percentage of non-essential federal workers with back pay has been averted.
Oh, phew.
Congressional Republicans barely prevented, but they did. They barely prevented President Obama from preventing vets from accessing the World War II memorial. So that is a huge, huge victory for Speaker Boehner on the way out the door. If only Senate Majority Leader McConnell were following him. So again, relax, American farmers. Your Department of Agriculture chaperone will be reporting for sleeping at desk duty today. Did you ever hear that ag joke?
No.
I'm
pretty hip with the farming community.
The best
too.
jokes are Department of Ag jokes. So, so a farmer walks into Department of Agriculture. I've already screwed it up.
All right,
Start over. Start.
Take
Did you ever hear that ag joke? That Department of Ag joke?
I'd love to hear it.
Yeah. So a colleague of someone works at the Department of Agriculture walks into the Department of Agriculture and he sees his friend with his head down on his desk crying.
Oh, no.
And he says, "Hey, buddy, what's wrong? What's the problem? Why are you so upset?" And he picks his head up from the desk and he says, "My farmer died." Thank you. Yeah. That was good back when I used to write for the Johnny Carson show. Maybe it hasn't held up over time. But so the so-called government shutdown averted, as Boehner telegraphed that it would be. Now they're in talks McConnell, Boehner saying they're in talks with the president for a 2-year budget deal. So let's give a long-term budget deal. Let's lift the debt ceiling. Let's reauthorize the Export-Import Bank. Let's continue to give President Obama everything he wants and continue to finance, not really, but partially finance rapacious government, and wonder why the top 3 candidates for the Republican nomination for president have never held public office. Wonder why a majority of self-identified Republican primary voters wanted Boehner gone, and they want McConnell gone too. Listen to Mitch McConnell's profile and courage as it pertains to government size, funding, and all the like.
Yeah, we'd like to settle the top line for both years so that next year we could have a regular appropriations process. The President and Speaker Boehner and I spoke about getting started in the discussions last week, and I would expect them to start very soon.
What do we want? Reconcile top line for the next 2 years. When do we want it?
No, soon.
Yeah, that's a rallying cry. I mean, McConnell really was delivering the goods yesterday.
Yeah, we're going to have to deal with all of these issues between now and December the 11th. How much of that could come together before Speaker Boehner leaves, I have no earthly idea. But we have a number of different things that need to be addressed, and the deadline is December the 11th.
Yeah. Scintillating, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here's
to touch myself first.
Wow.
Excuse me.
Save that for the Tal Brody suite. So here's the thing that McConnell thinks is going to be the GOP's salvation, to show their tactical genius. So he's going to send through a bunch of spending bills that abide the sequester from a couple years ago that the libs don't want to abide. They want to blow the spending caps. So this is the big tactical maneuver. This is what Boehner's hanging his hat on in terms of the deficit reduction that and the spending reduction that congressional Republicans have achieved this sequester. These spending caps associated with the sequester.
What is it? The spending reduction.
$2.1 trillion over 10 years.
Okay.
$4 trillion annual budget.
It's not blowing any wind up my skirt.
No, it's not. And as I said, this is not exactly a rallying cry for the base or for the middle or for those that may be willing to give the Republican Party a look because Hillary Clinton is so damaged and cynical and unattractive, and Bernie Sanders is out of his mind. This is not the painting with big, bold colors that is required to address our big, bold problems. And this is why there is such a desire for new leadership in Congress.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Gorgeous day ahead of us. Partly sunny, breezy, a high of 59 degrees. Tonight, patchy clouds, a low of 48. And tomorrow, more of the same, breezy with partial sunshine. A little bit warmer, a high in the low 60s. Let's get the travel times and see how the inbound Ike is shaping up due to construction. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. The inbound Eisenhower is looking good. The overnight work at the burn circle has cleared now, so there is again access to eastbound Congress and to the outbound Kennedy. All the lanes and ramps are open. We're not seeing any delays there. On the inbound ride, it's getting a little heavy approaching downtown. On the outbound side, the express lanes are closed from 51st to Marquette till 6 this morning. Inbound Bishop Ford, just a little slowing now from Cottage Grove to the merge. There's a crash on the south side, Ashland at Pershing. There's one in Winfield on Winfield Road at Roosevelt. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Hi, I'm Tom Sadeka, CEO of Precision Payroll of America. We're the 32-year-old company whose first employee and first client are still working together. Every chance I get, we like to thank our active duty military and our veterans. In addition, we proudly serve and support Operation Support Our Troops America.
Thanks, Tom. I'm Deb Rickert, founder of OSAD America, mom of 2 service members, and 1 happy Precision Payroll client. We are so happy to work with Tom's team at Precision Payroll to take care of those regulatory mandatory headaches so that we can focus on serving our active duty and veteran communities. Your support is so important. Thank you.
Deb, thanks for all you do. And anybody who's listening who signs up with us, we will make a donation to OSAT America on their behalf. So please call me at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507. Or on the web at precisionpayroll.com. Let's make a difference together.
If you could choose any school from which to earn your college degree and be on your way to a better life, would you choose a school the Wall Street Journal recognized for producing some of the best qualified graduates? One the Princeton Review ranked as a leader in undergraduate education? And one U.S. News & World Report named #1 in the nation for innovation ahead of both MIT and Stanford? Discover why Arizona State University is a clear choice for your future. In addition, ASU Online offers over 100 graduate and undergraduate programs you can take 100% online and on your schedule. You'll receive the exact same curriculum, degree, and prestigious faculty as our on-campus students. For information, go to radio.asu.edu. U.S. News & World Report also ranked ASU in the top 10 best places to earn an online degree. So get started today and learn to thrive with Arizona State University online. Visit us today at radio.asu.edu. That's radio.asu.edu.
People who can afford a LASIK procedure sure are lucky. Imagine being able to throw away your contacts and glasses. Imagine waking up tomorrow with 20/20 vision. Too bad everyone can't afford LASIK. Well, guess what? There's a company that agrees with you. TLC Laser Eye Centers is now offering great prices on high-quality LASIK to make it affordable for everyone. That means you get the latest FDA-approved all-laser LASIK technology for less than what others charge. And if you call right now, we'll schedule a free consultation so you can discover if LASIK is right for you. Individual results may vary. Call 1-800-488-7959. Even better, if you're one of the first 100 callers, ask about an extra 10% off your all-laser LASIK procedure. We've already performed over 2 million procedures. Let us help you. Discover how you can get the quality LASIK experience you deserve for less than what others charge. For your free consultation, call 1-800-488-7959. 1-800-488-7959.
AM 560, The Answer.
So this is such an interesting story to me. Jason Chaffetz, he's the chairman of the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee. You saw him the other day with Cecile the Lion before him on the Planned Parenthood funding issue. He also was kind of one of the lead dogs on Secret Service when all of the Secret Service bad behavior was coming out and incompetence. And
you mean hiring prostitutes and leaving your firearms around and your badges? Yeah.
That sort of thing. Yeah.
That'd be bad behavior.
Yeah.
But he wanted to be one of them at one point in time. Didn't he apply for a job there?
Well,
with the Secret Service?
This is what came out, right? That he applied for to be a Secret Service agent in 2003. It had been rejected. Here's the problem. Here's how it came out.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. This is a little musical interlude. Oh,
my inner self singing.
That's nice. I know you're working on your theme music.
Yeah, for my Tal Brody appearance.
So an assistant director of the Secret Service urged that unflattering information the agency had in its files about Chaffetz be made public after Chaffetz was critical of the Secret Service and all of their reckless conduct, instances of reckless conduct, some of which you just referenced. Assistant Director Edward Lowry wrote in an email to a fellow director on March 31st. Glad they were able to find these emails. Some information that he might find embarrassing, he being Chaffetz, might find embarrassing needs to get out, just to be fair.
Oh, payback.
So this was a report put together by John Roth, who's the Inspector General for Homeland Security, that singled out Lowry and his email as evidence of the degree of anger inside the agency at Chaffetz and the desire to exact, retribution where they could. Interesting, Roth notes in his summary report, the agency whose motto, worthy of trust and confidence, is engraved in marble in the lobby of their headquarters building, arguably has agents who are not living up to that motto. I think that's a fair conclusion.
Gosh, and DHS Secretary Jay Johnson called him personally to apologize. And so did the Secret Service Director Joe Clancy. I mean, he issued a statement yesterday saying, On behalf of the men and women of the United States Secret Service, I again apologize to Representative Chaffetz for this wholly avoidable and embarrassing misconduct.
Right. I mean,
What are we in high school? Or not even high school. This is junior high type of behavior.
Well, but it's not junior high when you're talking about agencies like the Secret Service. Now, I wonder if they got this from their own internal records or if maybe the Chinese hackers sent this kind of back over to them. Hey, you may want to know this about Chaffetz. Chaffetz responded to this revelation as well, saying the unauthorized access and distro of my personal info crossed the line. It was a tactic designed to intimidate and embarrass me, and frankly, it is intimidating. It's scary to think about all the possible dangers in having your personal information exposed. And, he'll be undeterred in his work on the committee and so on and so forth. But that's
but somebody's head's got to roll for this. I mean, this is bullying. This is what we teach our kids not to do in elementary school. Don't bully somebody and shame them and release information about them just because you're mad at them for doing something.
Yeah, I think this rises way beyond the level of bullying. You're talking about these agencies that effectively have no oversight. You're talking about agencies that operate that are, nobody's been elected to run them, so you rely on elected representative oversight of these agencies, or executive oversight of these agencies, in particular with the Secret Service. And what you have instead is agencies that, much like our ruling class politicians, think they're above the law, even above the ruling class politicians. We're going to do what we want. Anybody stands in our way, we roll over them. We have this now new protocol in government. I mean, it's relatively new, and it's ever increasing. This idea where you have like arms of government that are funded to lobby for other arms of government. You have, here's just an example at the state level to try and make this a little bit more concrete. The Citizens Utility Board, CUB.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Been to many of those meetings.
This is where Pat Quinn got his infamous start.
Yeah.
So CUB ostensibly lobbies the Illinois Commerce Commission, which is the rate-setting body for utilities. So CUB ostensibly represents the consumers, and you have the utilities on the other side, and you have the Illinois Commerce Commission making administrative decisions about rates and so forth, the regulation of utilities. CUB is funded largely by the state. The Illinois Commerce Commission is funded by the state. The public utilities are public utilities. They wouldn't exist without government sanction. So this is all like a government interplay. It's all people that are using other people's money, ours, and with little accountability to us, arguing about who gets preeminence with respect to our money. And we don't have a seat at the table. That's kind of a problem. And it's happening in a more serious way, too, when you're talking about kind of national security related issues, when you're talking about powerful agencies, I don't know, like the IRS targeting people, or like Secret Service thinking that they can use personal information to intimidate a congressman. I mean, I think this is serious business. Ed in Oak Brook, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, some weeks ago I called you up there and I asked why haven't they prosecuted or arrested Hillary Clinton? And the answer is really simple: that they're afraid of her, because if she does win the White House, they're the queens of revenge. That's the Clintons. They'll just ban everyone to Siberia or Alaska or something like that. So everyone's really afraid to do anything about her. But once they realize that she's not electable, then you're going to see people piling on. And that's the way this Washington is run. Term limits would have been the answer. I'm surprised the Founding Fathers didn't put that in, because it only created the mess that we have right now.
Thanks for the call, Ed. I mean, I think that's right. In terms of the culture of intimidation, people are afraid to come forward because they know that retribution is swift.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
No one ever imagines facing Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia and needing full-time care, but it happens. And deciding on the right residential care for mom or dad can be a monumental task. There is a memory care community that focuses on helping your parent or loved one with dementia light up and live life to the fullest, making them feel like family. Autumn Leaves memory care communities see past the diagnosis to the person you know, that your dad was a fantastic cook or that your mom loved to dance, a person who deserves deserve so much more than being just an Alzheimer's patient. Whether it's through yoga and music therapy or simply by cooking them their favorite meal, Autumn Leaves strives to stimulate their minds and bodies to respect and nurture the person you care so much about. See for yourself the difference Autumn Leaves communities can mean for your family. Autumn Leaves, dedicated solely to the unique needs of memory care patients.
Autumn Leaves has 10 locations in the Chicagoland area offering day-stay respite and assisted living programs. Call 888-662-8886 or visit autumnleaves.com.
So often on the show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, like the economy, education, foreign policy. And on the show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website along with the Illinois Opportunity Project called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find info that will inform the policy discussions we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. We challenge accepted orthodoxies and debunk some of the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. And speaking of against the current, this week's edition features a long-form interview with Brian Timpone, CEO of Local Labs, on the future of media in the 21st century, how long Amy and I will have these phony baloney radio jobs, so you want to check that out. At Upstream Ideas, we ask, why are conditions the way they are, and how can those conditions be improved? So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new info and fresh perspectives to spur you to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up next, who was Russia really targeting with their airstrikes yesterday? We'll have the answer.
And honoring Ethel Rosenberg. 5:45.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning to our friend Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Classes out at a suburban school district. Teachers walking picket lines after walking away from negotiations in McHenry High School District 156. Rain and more rain for the East Coast. Governors from North Carolina to New York say prepare for Joaquin.
Forecast models from all over the world are all confused. None of them are telling us a consistent story. So maybe it'll go nowhere, or maybe it'll intensify and come up the coast.
Oceanographer Alan Blumberg already says Joaquin is gaining power. Category 3, maybe a Category 4 storm. Senator John McCain has sharp words about Russian airstrikes in Syria.
I'm not against the president speaking with Putin, but when the Secretary of State calls the foreign minister of Russia 3 times to try to find out what Russia is doing, what is that?
The Arizona Republicans saying the airstrikes prove that Russian President Putin has the upper hand over the Obama administration. Donald Trump says Syrian refugees that come to the U.S. will not stay if he's elected.
If I win, they're going back. They're going back. I'm telling you. They're going back.
During a campaign event in New Hampshire, Trump saying Syrian refugees don't have ID and could be members of a foreign military. The imminent threat of a government shutdown is gone.
On this vote, the yeas are 277, the nays are 151.
And a short-term budget extension and bill has been sent to the president. Rules are set for the next GOP debate. CNBC will host the October 28 debate in Boulder, Colorado. For candidates to make the main stage, they need an average of 2.5% support. Right now, that means Rand Paul is out. America's newest millionaire is in Michigan. A mega millionaire, if you will, as the Powerball winning ticket for the estimated $310 million jackpot was sold in the Great Lakes state. Caltech is it, once again, the best university in the world. The college in Pasadena, California, tops the annual World University Rankings list. Chicago coming off a violent September. The Tribune reporting this morning the city recorded 60 homicides in the month. An American bald eagle found injured Tuesday near Darien. It apparently had a history in DuPage County. It died overnight at the Willowbrook Wildlife Center in Glen Ellen. Willowbrook officials learned Wednesday that the raptor previously had been nursed back to health at the center operated by the DuPage County Forest Preserve District. The male eagle was released in April of 2014 at Pratt's Wayne Woods Forest Preserve after spending 2 months at the center recovering from a gunshot wound. Chicago sports, Cubs over Cincinnati 10-3. KC over the White Sox in 10, 5-3. And the news, a service of Nicola by LaCroix. If you trust LaCroix, Nicola is for you. A safe and innocent cola, flavored sparkling water, named Nicola. 0 calories, 0 sweetener, and 0 sodium. Totally innocent. Cola-flavored sparkling water from LaCroix. Available at Mariano's. Check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
We are raising a country of sissies.
The Joe Walsh Show.
It's scary because these kids are going to be adults one day. Every single day, we move away from freedom and individual responsibility. And every single day we do that, we move closer to a country full of only government dependency.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer is the top choice of doctors and nurses nationwide and should be yours. With one scan to the forehead, Exergen Temporal Scanner provides an accurate temperature, stress-free. Available at Walgreens.
Can you recognize the signs of a structural foundation problem? Hi. I'm Roy Spencer, president of Permaseal. As fall approaches, many homeowners across Chicagoland are experiencing the symptoms of structural foundation issues. Have you noticed doors or windows that no longer shut properly? Or new cracks in your drywall, plaster walls, or exterior brickwork? Are your floors uneven? These indicators can be a sign of damage to your home's foundation. Before you pay an expensive consultation fee just to determine the problem, call Permaseal at 800-421-SEAL for an inspection. One of our certified structural consultants will thoroughly evaluate your foundation and offer a permanent solution, absolutely free of charge. For over 36 years, Permaseal has been committed to providing quality, proven products and the superior customer service that you deserve. Call Permaseal today at 800-421-SEAL. When the work is done, you'll have a transferable warranty along with priceless peace of mind. That's 800-421-SEAL or visit permaseal.net.
Known best for being better, Permaseal.
5:37, time to take comfort with Air Comfort and time to check the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. South side, there's a crash on Ashland at Pershing. Winfield, there's one on Winfield Road at Roosevelt. Edens, Kennedy, Eisenhower, delay-free still. Inbound Stevenson, heavy Pulaski to Kedzie, and the ramp to the inbound Ryan has delays. 36 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound fine at 34. The inbound Ryan has a 5-minute delay from the Stevenson to downtown. Outbound, the express lanes are closed. 51st to Marquette till 6 a.m. Inbound Bishop Ford, about a 5-minute delay, 103rd to the Ryan. Traffic is a service of WesternUnion.com's mobile app. Need to send money? Send online with WesternUnion.com or try their free 4-star app. They'll have cash ready for pickup in minutes at any WU's nearly 500,000 global agent locations. With WesternUnion.com, send money quick as a click. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Partly sunny and breezy, high 59 today. 53 at O'Hare. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by MJ Miller & Company Jewelers. Make a statement this season with a sparkling brooch from MJ Miller at 123 West Main Street in downtown Barrington.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so,
At least they gave us a 1-hour warning.
Yeah, nice heads up. Clear the airspace.
Yeah, get out of my way.
And so the question about what Russia is doing with their airstrikes in Syria, a lot of doubt seems to have been removed. It seems very clear what they're doing. They are not going after ISIS. They are going after our allies of convenience, the Syrian Free Army. It seems clear, and multiple reports are suggesting as much. Boy, when Vlad Putin said on Sunday at 60 Minutes, that he has no desire to send Russian troops into Syria at this point.
Wow, foreshadowing.
He meant literally on Sunday. On Wednesday, he does, and he got, of course, the assent from the rubber stamp body in Russia to do just that. So
boy, this is getting complicated, the combination of strikes with the prospect of Russian ground forces. And are we going to get into a row with Russia in Syria, a formal one? Probably not, because what Obama likes to do in the face of strength is retreat. He's a leading from behind guy, you may have heard. And listen to John Kerry right after this, arm in arm with the Soviet foreign minister, yucking it up after, as you referenced, a Soviet general, Russian general comes, Soviet Russia, it's hard to, distinguish the past from the present at this point with Putin. Russian general comes into the U.S. embassy and says, you got an hour. Clear the airspace.
Yeah, 1 hour. At least it was, delivered face to face. It wasn't a text message or an email. It was so there was some urgency there.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's nice. This Russian reset is going well. Let's listen to what John Kerry had to say about this, the strength of the regime.
The United States supports any genuine effort to fight ISIL and al-Qaeda-affiliated groups, especially al-Nusra. If Russia's recent actions and those now ongoing reflect a genuine commitment to defeat that organization, then we are prepared to welcome those efforts and to find a way to deconflict our operations and thereby multiply the military pressure on ISIL and affiliated groups. But we must not and will not be confused in our fight against ISIL with support for Assad. Moreover, we have also made clear that we would have grave concerns should Russia strike areas where ISIL and al-Qaeda affiliated targets are not operating. Strikes of that kind would question Russia's real intentions fighting ISIL or protecting the Assad regime.
Yeah, boy, that is some strong language. First of all, it's clear that Putin is not interested or waiting for any welcome party to the coalition, number one. Number two, grave concerns. I know I'm going to hear from this is diplomacy speak, and this is how you talk. Grave concerns as the predicate to something bigger as it pertains to Russia clearly striking areas that are not ISIS or al-Nusra related areas. They are areas where, again, our erstwhile allies on the ground are alleged to be operating.
Well, we're learning this morning, this is coming from the CIA, that the group hit yesterday, one of the groups hit, whereas rebel groups that the CIA vetted and we armed. So we spent money arming these people and training these people, and a lot of them were killed yesterday. That's what's coming out this morning from the CIA.
So the $500 million we spent to train 4 or 5 individuals, we've lost those 4 or 5 individuals, those same individuals who were turning over our weapons to al-Nusra? Oh, boy, what a tragedy. This is the problem with distilling what the hell's going on in Syria as much as is what the hell this administration's foreign policy is related to Syria or any place else. Listen to retired Lieutenant Colonel Ralph Peters, who's a Fox News national security analyst. He had some choice words for what's going on and didn't use diplomacy speak, and I appreciate it.
Well, for now, we'll continue to fly, but make no mistake, Putin thinks Obama is so weak that believe that Putin would not be reluctant to shoot down a U.S. drone as a warning and possibly even bring down a U.S. manned aircraft, knowing Obama would not respond militarily. Putin would say, it's all an accident, it's a misunderstanding, we need to deconflict, you need to get out of the airspace. And Putin is on a roll. And by the way, Bill, he is not hitting Islamic State. That's his line. Got to defeat Islamic State. He's hitting the opposition in between the Islamic State and Assad's government. And it's transparent. He wants to wipe out all of the opposition to Assad except Islamic State, leaving us with a stark choice, leaving the world with a stark choice, support Assad or support Islamic State. This guy is good, and we've got a pixie dust president who still thinks he can say something 3 times and make it come true.
Pixie dust president who could say something 3 times and make it true. That's exactly what it is. It's President Obama issues a rhetorical edict, and all of a sudden the forces of the universe line up to make it so. Except that's not what happens. And Putin realizes it, and he's running roughshod over this administration in Syria the same way he did in Ukraine.
Yeah, and he's had this well planned. I mean, do the 60 Minutes interview, get it out there. little foreshadowing of what's to come. Then you're in New York. You meet with Obama, and then
lecture the United States from the dais at the UN, which is exactly what he did. And by the way, if you think, oh, well, that's a Fox News national security analyst, it's a neocon. Listen to the Supreme Allied Commander for NATO on Putin and Syria, Commander Breedlove.
We see some very sophisticated air defenses going into these airfields. We see some very sophisticated air-to-air aircraft going into these airfields. I have not seen ISIL flying any airplanes that require SA-15s or SA-22s. I have not seen ISIL flying any airplanes that require sophisticated air-to-air capabilities. These very sophisticated air defense capabilities are not about ISIL. They're about something else.
And we
about
know what
flexing their muscle,
Well,
about
no.
ruling the world.
The something else is eliminating is precisely what LTC Peter said. It's about eliminating everybody other than ISIS and the Assad regime and telling the world, okay, you choose. Are you going to throw in with Assad or leave him alone, or are you going to throw in with ISIS? Wanting to present the world with a Hobson's choice. And so now we don't only just have Russian revanchism under Putin, kind of reclaiming territories that's part of the old empire. Now we have him really exerting his influence in the Middle East, Russia's influence in the Middle East, where the United States has abdicated. And by that, I'm not taking necessarily the neocon position of boots on the ground everywhere and democratic revolutions and Islamic theocracies. But to allow Putin to come in after you drew that red line so diminishes America. The reliance that American allies, like Israel most notably, have on this country, and how much that jeopardizes the region. The idea that this can be self-contained and we're going to, export containing the penchants of dictators and terrorists, and they're almost interchangeable parts, to Russia, to an autocrat. Boy, this president hasn't met an autocrat he doesn't like.
I mean, aren't you supposed to practice diplomacy but back it up by force? It wasn't that America's foreign policy, mantra for years until President Obama came in, and he lost the respect from Putin when he crossing the red line, because obviously Assad, when they used chemical weapons, they crossed the red line, and Obama did nothing. He sat on his hands.
And there seems to be one adult in this administration. And that adult, at least at the cabinet level, is Ash Carter, who's the Secretary of Defense. He's fairly honest and I think very sophisticated. Here's what Ash Carter from the dais, essentially, again conceding what these military analysts and commanders have suggested, but just thinking to kind of buttress the regime's position that Putin may be in over his depth.
I take the Russians at their word. There's no they're exceptionally clear about what they're saying, and their actions now seem to reflect what they said they were going to do. So my problem isn't that I don't understand what they're doing. I think my problem is that I think what they're doing is going to backfire and is counterproductive.
That may ultimately be true, but here's something that Ash Carter said that I don't think should be localized to Russia. I believe the Russians when they say they're going to do something. They're doing what they said they would do. Now, my follow-up to Ash Carter wouldn't have been about Russia. Well, then should we believe the Iranians when they say they're going to do something? Should we believe these enemies of America when they say they're going to do something? Should we start from that premise that they're serious about what they say they want to do, and they're going to pursue those ends and look for opportunities, mainly presented by this administration, to do just that, pursue those ends?
Well, they said it was, a sudden escalation of Russian involvement. No, it wasn't. We knew 2 weeks ago from the spy satellites that Russian had landed, their jet fighters were there in Syria on the ground, ready to go.
Michael in Lake Forest.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, Michael.
I'm just thinking of what the sound of you're both talking here, and basically it's like a house divided against itself can't stand. The U.S. With Clinton and Obama and so forth had generated the Arab Spring. They had a foreign policy to topple Assad, but they want to kind of micromanage it like a Rolex watch, and they want the rebels to succeed, but they don't want ISIL to succeed. a foreign policy divided against itself can't stand.
Yeah.
And it's generated a flood of immigrants into Europe. You have Erdogan in the background, really a simpatico of Obama, with this Arab Spring stuff, Muslim Brotherhood. The Russian policy, as despicable as it may be, is if you want to pull like a feather out of the hat, is the only quill of sanity in an abyss.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Maybe Machiavellian genius for Putin's interests. Greg in Schaumburg.
Hey, Dan and Amy. The one thing that I'm just struck by, it is stunning that within hours after meeting with Obama that he decided to do this. And what I hope the Republicans do in response to this is a Michelle Bachmann-like response. Michelle Bachmann would come out instantly and say, look, China is in action, North Korea is in action, Putin's in action. We're not invincible people. If they all blitz us on the same day, we're in trouble.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Just a string of crisp and cool and sunny fall days ahead of us. Today it'll be partly sunny, a high of 59 degrees. And tomorrow, Saturday, both the same, mostly sunny skies, breezy, highs in the low 60s. Travel times, let's get the latest from Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. Good morning. About Eisenhower, there's some slow traffic now between Manheim and First Avenue. It's just a 2 or 3 minute delay. The outbound side is fine. Edens, Kennedy, still good, at least for now. Inbound Stevenson, at a 5-minute delay from Central to Kedzie. Inbound Ryan, a 5-minute delay coming into downtown. I-57, a little slow approaching the merge. Bishop Ford, delays start at 115th. It's 21 minutes, 80-94 to the Rhine. Tollway still good. No delays to report in Northwest Indiana. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
The sounds of an accident. You or a loved one has been injured. Your mind is racing. What happened? Is everyone okay? What now?
I'm Dan Compton of Compton Law Group. We know that at a time like this, you want answers. More importantly, you want justice for what has taken place. If you or a loved one has been injured, please, before you sign something or talk to anyone, call Compton Law Group. This is our specialty, fighting for your rights, fighting for you, and making sure that justice is served. You can reach me at 847-742-6100. That's 847-742-6100. It's my job to make sure that you, your family, and your loved ones are protected and compensated properly. We handle nursing home accidents, car, truck, and motorcycle accidents, construction accidents, and medical malpractice.
When accidents happen, and they will happen, make sure you have Compton Law Group on your side. 847-742-6100 or online at ComptonLawGroup.net. When accidents happen, take the appropriate action with Compton Law Group, located in Elgin and serving all of Chicagoland.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
Your product is terrific. I feel great. More energy. I've lost some weight. I can think clearer and faster. Everything that he said, Dr. Howard says it does on the program, it does, and then some. Boy, oh boy, I feel terrific. Nothing compares with this. Honestly, I know people always say this in testimonials, but this is the God's honest truth. I feel like a man 20 years younger.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code Chicago.
Joe Walsh want to thank all the AM 560 listeners who have purchased thousands of My Pillows over the last 18 months and are enjoying your best sleep ever. But that still leaves thousands of you who haven't taken advantage of the buy one get one free offer. What are you waiting for? It's so important to get a great night's sleep. I've been using the My Pillow for almost 2 years now. It's the perfect pillow. I absolutely love it. So don't wait any longer. My Pillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain,
pain, insomnia, allergies, and more. Plus, MyPillow is washable and keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one get one free offer, visit mypillow.com or call 1-800-489-0201. Please use that promo code Joe. Do it now, 1-800-489-0201, or online at mypillow.com, promo code Joe, 1-800-489-0201.
To all commercial and industrial property owners, building managers, and roof consultants in Chicagoland, Waukegan Roofing says thank you. The Waukegan Roofing team knows you have a lot of choices when it comes to choosing a commercial and industrial roofing contractor. Navigating those options can be overwhelming because choosing a roofer you can trust is a big decision. For more than 100 years, Waukegan Roofing has been installing roofs you can rely on all over Chicagoland, and they couldn't have done it without you. It's because of your continued trust and support that they have become one of the oldest, most trusted contractors in the Chicagoland area. And for that, they thank you, Chicago. So if your building has an old roof in need of repair or replacement, or if you need a service and maintenance program to keep your roof performing at its peak level, Waukegan Roofing is ready to put their 100-plus years of experience to work for you. Let them protect you for the next 100 years. Call today at 847-623-1625 or visit WaukeganRoofing.com. Waukegan Roofing, 101 years installing roofs you can rely on. Thank you, Chicago.
Pop quiz for all business owners. If you're not incorporated and someone sues your business, which one of these can you lose? Your home, your car, or your life savings? The answer? All three. Because if you're not incorporated, it's not just your business that can be sued, it's you too, which means you could lose everything. Once business owners realize the risk of not being incorporated, they usually scramble to incorporate or form an LLC. To make it quick and easy, Incorporate.com is now giving away a free incorporation guide to all business owners, so you can incorporate in just 10 minutes. For your free 10-minute incorporation guide, call now, 1-800-400-5017. Protect your financial future. At Incorporate.com, they don't provide legal or financial advice. They just make incorporating or forming an LLC quick and easy. Call now for your free 10-minute incorporation guide. 1-800-400-5017. Hurry while supplies last. 1-800-400-5017. That's 1-800-400-5017.
When you look in the mirror, you should feel happy. When you smile, you should feel confident. If everyday moments like chewing, drinking, talking, or just smiling for a photo make you feel uncomfortable or embarrassed because of your teeth, it's time to think about permanent dental implants. It's much easier and affordable than you may think. And Dr. Joel Akrush and his team at Artistic Dentistry want to show you how customized dental implants can give you freedom and confidence back into your life. Call 708-301-6060 now for a no-cost, no-obligation consultation that includes free 3D digital scans. Artistic Dentistry uses a state-of-the-art CBCT scan, which allows Dr. Akrush to customize your smile with precision planning, allowing for immediate use and quick healing. Are you ready to have your natural-looking, beautiful smile back? Then call Artistic Dentistry now at 708-301-6060 or log on to donewithdentures.com. That's donewithdentures.com. Artistic Dentistry, serving the south and southwest suburbs for more than 23 years.
True or false? Huntington Learning Center franchise owners earn revenues 61% higher than their closest competitor.
True!
True or false? You can start a Huntington franchise for under $100,000.
True!
True or false? Huntington is a respected national tutoring and test prep leader with almost 4 decades of proven results.
True!
It's true. Opening a Huntington Learning Center franchise is the perfect opportunity to run a business that's both personally and financially rewarding. No previous educational experience required. Our model is simple. We provide you with our winning formula for student success, in-house financing, and ongoing support. You help students from K through 12 achieve outstanding academic results. And in turn, you score phenomenal financial returns. If you're passionate about making a difference and dream of owning a successful business, call 855-823-0000 or visit huntingtonfranchise.com to join the nation's top earning tutoring and test prep franchise. That's 855-823-0000.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, more Hillary emails are released. And oh, looky here, Russian-linked hackers try to get into her personal server. We'll have it here for you.
Yeah, we'll try and identify where her lying ends and the hypocrisy begins. It's hard to precisely point to it. And at 6:16, 4 bankruptcies, 3 wives, 2 parties. Is that the way to beat Donald Trump? We'll discuss it.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, authorities are planning to provide an update on the death of a Fox Lake police officer today. Chicago experiences the deadliest September since 2002, and a judge dismisses a rooftop lawsuit against the Cubs. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. This isn't good for the Bahamas. Joaquin's coming and it's more powerful.
The hurricane has rapidly strengthened.
Now a Category 3, but Daniel Brown of the National Hurricane Center says its track isn't clear yet.
We still have at least one model that keeps Joaquin out over the western Atlantic.
It could also hit the East Coast early next week, anywhere from the Carolinas up to the Northeast. Virginia's governor's already declared a state of emergency. Fox 5 TV's Annie Hughes in Alexandria, where people are getting ready.
For folks here, the impacts of a hurricane are well known. They have experienced widespread power outages for days in the past, tidal flooding and tree damage during Hurricane Isabel and Sandy.
There are reports of more Russian airstrikes in Syria today. The Pentagon's concerned the first attacks yesterday did not hit ISIS targets. Moscow claims it's hitting those Islamic militants and other terror groups as it backs the Syrian regime. Did she click the links? Newly released Hillary Clinton emails from when she used a private server as Secretary of State show attempts to infect her computer. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Russia-linked hackers tried to break into Clinton's server in 2011 with infected emails disguised as speeding tickets to try to get her to click on attachments. It's unclear if she did click on any of them. Her presidential campaign told the AP there's no evidence the email system was breached. Meanwhile, a new email dump from the State Department reveals 215 more retroactively classified emails. Most of them were designated confidential, the lowest level classification, while 3 messages were declared secret. Dave.
Rachel, he's eaten his last meal twice. Yet Richard Glossop still alive on Oklahoma's death row. His execution yesterday halted because the state had the wrong lethal drug. 2 weeks ago, Glossop got a reprieve. The review claims he was framed for murder, but appeals courts dismissed his evidence as just hearsay. Glossop's next injection date is November 6th. Attorneys for a convicted serial killer scheduled to be executed tonight in Virginia, trying to spare Alfredo Prieto's life. They're worried about the quality of the execution drug there. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Partly cloudy, 53 degrees, 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer on this October 1st. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Students are out of class at a suburban high school district. Teachers walking picket lines after last-ditch negotiations fail in McHenry High School District 156. The two sides fighting over salary and insurance conditions. The teachers have been working without a contract since mid-August. Chicago coming off a month that experienced a lot of violence. The Tribune reporting through Tuesday night, the city recorded 60 homicides in September. We're tracking a developing story in Afghanistan where the Illinois National Guard says about 40 guardsmen were on the ground in Afghanistan during overnight U.S. airstrikes and raids on the city of Kunduz. Authorities who have released little information in the weeks since a suburban police officer was found shot to death are scheduled to hold a news conference. Lake County officials have not said what information they will discuss about the death, September 1st, of Fox Lake Police Lieutenant Joseph Glinowitz. City officials and employees are raising more concern about the mayor's plan to privatize Chicago's 311 call center. Emanuel suggesting last week the move could save around $1 million annually. Alderman Scott Waguespack said during yesterday's budget hearing, private operators may be more concerned with profit. And Amtrak's Pierre Marquette line from Grand Rapids to Chicago could be shut down by the end of the year if Congress doesn't act to extend the deadline for new rail safety measures. Now, that rail line is owned by CSX, and spokesman Rob Doolittle says they've already spent $1 billion nationwide to try and make the positive train control upgrades.
We can have the technology deployed across our network by 2018, which would be followed by a very intense period of testing and training for full deployment by 2020.
Congressman Fred Upton of Michigan believes lawmakers may act as soon as next week to move the deadline to the end of 2020 for railways from December 31st of this year. That may also impact local Metro Rail. Chicago sports, Cubs over Cincinnati 10-3, Kansas City over the White Sox 5-3 and 10. The news, a service of the Milwaukee Airport. With all the major U.S. airlines, great fares, lots of nonstops, parking as low as $7 a day. The Milwaukee Airport makes travelers happy even before they check in. Visit flymke.com. Learn why Milwaukee's airport is the O'Hare alternative. 6:04, time to check the climate of your business with Air Comfort and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
So, has Donald Trump peaked? Dennis Prager thinks it's possible.
If Donald Trump has 30% of the vote, that means he doesn't have 70% of the vote, and that's the Republican primary votes. But it's hard to imagine almost anybody who is not pro-Trump now becoming pro-Trump. So he has, I believe, peaked. Now, he's peaked at a high peak, but he's peaked.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
How do you stay connected to your business when your work has you traveling from Miami on Monday to Tacoma on Tuesday? You call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES. Regis offers drop-in business lounges, meeting rooms, and office space in more than 3,000 locations worldwide, allowing you to work from anywhere at any time, all on your terms. Call Regis today at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
6:06. Let's get an update on the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Eisenhower, traffic is slow from Manheim to First Avenue. It's 32 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound still fine at 29. Edens is clear. The Stevenson, or I should say the Kennedy, getting heavy in pockets, but there's really not a significant delay yet. The Stevenson does have delays from Harlem to Kedzie. 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, it's fine. Inbound Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. It's clear outbound. I-57, 16 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Bishop 421. Northbound Tri-State, a little heavy at 290. Traffic, service of Flu Block. Bet you didn't know you had a choice in flu vaccines. This season, choose Flu Block, the only flu vaccine that is free of things like formaldehyde. Now available at Target and your local retailers like Roundy's and Mariano's Pharmacies. For more information, go to askforflublock.com or talk to your healthcare professional. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, partly sunny and breezy, high 59. Breezy tonight with patchy clouds, low 48. Remaining breezy tomorrow with partial sunshine, high 61 and a low 48. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
53 at O'Hare. Next news at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the New American Funding Show, walking you through stress-free mortgage options. Sunday afternoons at 1 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
A stunning turn today in Syria. Russian airstrikes coming just 2 days after the war in Syria was topic A for Presidents Obama and Putin at the UN. But the question this evening is whether Russia is targeting ISIS or Syrian rebels supported by the U.S., adding to anxiety surrounding one of the most dangerous places on earth.
Putin is on a roll. This guy is good, and we've got a pixie dust president who still thinks he can say something 3 times and make it come true.
Today, so many questions about what happened behind those doors in Washington. That secret meeting with controversial Kentucky clerk Kim Davis.
It was really very humbling to even think that he would want to, meet me or know me.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. I got to tell you, Hillary Clinton's email problems are multiplying like Bernie Sanders' campaign donors. This is stunning. Bernie Sanders' campaign brought in more than $25 million the last quarter, not far behind the $28 million total Hillary Clinton brought in. Sanders has eclipsed 1 million donors. He got to 1 million donors in this cycle faster than President Obama did in the 2008 cycle.
Mm-hmm. A lot of liberals out there throwing over some money.
Socialists.
Socialists, yes.
There's 1 million people in this country that think giving Bernie Sanders their money is a good idea. Think about that. Okay, while you're thinking about that, I don't mean to ruin your breakfast or your drive into work, but think about this: 155 messages that contain now classified information sent or received by former Secretary of State Clinton on her unsecured private email server system revealed yesterday with the latest document dump from the State Department of 6,300 pages of Hillary Clinton emails. So now we got another 155 messages. This is a preliminary release, preliminary analysis of the release. But so now we have another 155 messages to go through and discern when did she know or should she have known they were classified and so forth. So this just keeps metastasizing on Hillary and
well, then the question
negatively
is,
impacting her chances.
Were they classified or were they labeled non-top secret or top secret? That's the thing. So 6,000 new pages were released, and what I've seen, what they've been able to release is her asking Cheryl Mills what FUBAR means.
Yeah, well, there's some other things here. So
that's one that they can release.
Yeah, here's this. This is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Listen up, Kanko Caucus. An email included in the latest tranche of Clinton documents shows then Secretary of State Clinton exploding at her staff over plans to replace mother and father with parent 1 and parent 2 on passport application forms. This isn't very gay, transgender, LGBTQ, NOWXYZ friendly, is it?
No. She almost sounds homophobic there.
This is, way back in 2011. Her message to her chief of staff, Cheryl Mills, and one of her other top flack there, Jake Sullivan. Oh, not Uma, not on this one.
Oh, really? Okay.
Quoting from the email message from Hillary to her staff. Who made the decision that state will not use the terms mother and father and instead substitute parent 1 and 2? I'm not defending that decision, which I disagree with and knew nothing about in front of this Congress. I could live with letting people in non-traditional families choose another descriptor so long as we retain the presumption of mother and father. We need to address this today or we'll be facing a huge Fox-generated media storm led by Palin et al.
Oh.
Vast right-wing conspiracy.
But lest you believe that Hillary Clinton's views on any topic are less than authentic and not driven by media political calculations. No. But boy, oh boy, America Redefiners, what do you make of this? She wouldn't defend the decision to eliminate mom and dad? Symbols of a patriarchal bygone era in this country? Wow. A bit of hypocrisy to sprinkle over all the lying.
She used to be against same-sex marriage, and then she was for, she slowly evolved. Then she was for civil unions, and now, of course, she's for same-sex marriage.
Yeah. By the way, on these private emails, using the private server, also included in the emails that were released, some indications that top aides, including the aforementioned Cheryl Mills, her chief of staff, understood the risks. Cheryl Mills indicated that someone had tried to hack her email, and she said, as someone who attempted to be hacked, she didn't want the public to know how common the practice of using non-official email account was. I'm not sure we want to telegraph how much folks do or don't do off-state mail because it may encourage others who are out there, others to do what Hillary was doing. Jake Sullivan said of this practice, perhaps a better approach is to make the point more quietly to legislators through Hillary, because another staffer wanted, kind of essentially suggested to loosen the rules, let people use their home email accounts because of the antiquated nature of the State Department's technology, which is a whole other problem that apparently wasn't addressed during her tenure. So they were cognizant of this, is the point.
Right. And apparently within the 6,300 pages of the emails that were released, it showed that the Russian-linked hackers tried to pry their way into at least into her personal server 5 different times. 5 different times. And she kept saying, oh, it's secured, it's secured. No, nobody was watching your server. No one was securing your server because they didn't know you had a server. And you lied about it.
And we don't know if she opened those emails. But here's the thing. I mean, this is, AP was reporting this. The emails from the Russian hackers that were infected with malware.
I love how they're disguised.
Disguised as speeding tickets from New York. No to Russian hackers.
Hello.
This is a woman who hasn't driven a car in 25 years.
Yeah, she has people. She has Secret Service that drives her.
If you want her to get, if you wanted Hillary to get to open your email, next time think about something she might be interested in. For example, maybe like an offer for concert tickets to the Indigo Girls.
But also, she received spam on her. I mean, this was such an unsecured server that she was just like us, Dan, and she received spam and junk mail and all that.
Maybe a trial account to Grindr. I mean, if you want to pique her interest so that she may open the email, is my point.
Right.
I'm just suggesting to the Russian hackers, kind of know your subject. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Kevin McCarthy yesterday said the emails, the latest round that was released, is just another reason that we cannot trust her.
Everybody thought Hillary Clinton was unbeatable, right? But we put together a Benghazi special committee, a select committee. What are her numbers today? Her numbers are dropping. Why? Because she's untrustable. But no one would have known any of that had happened had we not fought and made that happen.
Mm-hmm. But of course, Hillary took that as a political posturing and just, a political exercise, saying this is a partisan committee. They're just trying to take me down. Here she is on MSNBC.
They look at the field.
That's not her. That's her husband.
I think they have really sort of showed their hand. They're really worried about running against me, so they want to keep knocking me down.
Yeah, good one. That's kind of the blanket response. I'm being attacked because people are worried. No, you're being attacked because there's a lot to attack. There's a lot of information to disseminate. There's a lot of wrongdoing that you seemingly did, and that's relevant.
And
that's why we're talking about this, because it's relevant, because you were the fracking Secretary of State and you think you're above the law, and that's the last thing we need is another president who thinks they're above the law. That's why it's relevant. That's why we're discussing it.
People don't trust her because clearly she's reckless. She's reckless with classified information that could have put our troops, our Americans who are overseas, in harm's way. But she still just laughs us off and thinks it's not a big deal. And she's, having her husband now help her out, and her husband is defending her.
They look at the field and they say, who do we not want to run against? And then they dribble out stuff and they attack.
Break. I mean, could it be any more contrived? Yeah. Who cares? The Clintons. Give me a break. Bonnie and Clyde.
Hey, he's asking for money this morning now.
Here's the other thing. Too, just in terms of the culture at Secretary of State. There's a culture of willful blindness. Acting State Department Inspector General Harold Geisel issued 6 critical reports that charged top officials at State did not submit themselves to the department's mandatory security awareness training during Clinton's tenure. Sure. Why worry about cybersecurity when Russians are trying to hack your email account? You're using a private server that some people know about, some people don't, and having ex parte communications with staff, maybe melding the Clinton Global Foundation business with the public's business as the chief foreign policy officer of the country. Why worry about security on top of all that? There's so much to do at State when you're Hillary Clinton.
The great story here, for anybody willing to find it and write about it and explain it, is this vast right-wing conspiracy that has been conspiring against my husband since the day he announced for president.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, Donald Trump flip-flops and he lets People magazine into his home, and we get to meet his lovely third wife. But first, here's your forecast. Today, mostly sunny skies, a few high clouds around, breezy, a high of 59 degrees, and more of the same tomorrow, breezy with some sunshine, a high of 61. Let's see how the inbound Kennedy's doing. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Inbound Kennedy looking pretty good. Couple of heavy pockets, about 21 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 21 as well. The Edens is still fine. Inbound Eisenhower, slow Manheim to First, 34 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 32, tight from Austin to Des Plaines Avenue. Inbound Stevenson, slow Harlem to Kedzie, 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford, 23 minutes, 8094 to the Ryan. At King Drive, there's a crash on the right shoulder. Eastbound Adams Tollway, heavy Bartlett Road to past Barrington Road. There's a stall in the right lane. And Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
It's true.
Great text. I got to read this text from 847. Did she click on an email about a wealthy Nigerian prince? I mean, it's a potential donor to the Clinton Foundation.
ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Great deals for you and your family. You do not need to be a movie star to get great glowing skin. Chicago Radio Deals is offering a $100 microdermabrasion session with Dr. Hannah of Hannah Facial Cosmetic Surgery in Hinsdale at half off. That's right. For only $50, you can achieve younger, healthier looking skin. Also from Hannah Facial Cosmetic Surgery, hard to find Dysport injections. Dysport is similar to Botox but has a very natural look, and it's perfect for forehead lines and crow's feet. This treatment normally retails for crow's feet. I got my crow's feet. Crow's feet.
Hey, Mayor Daley.
The crow's feet, Dan, that some people have. You can get rid of it with Dr. Hannah. And treatment normally retails for $550. At Chicago Radio Deals, it's only $275. And you can buy two of them. Looking good, want to feel good too? Well, check out the deals from Primal Ocean Salt Cave in LaGrange or Bikram Yoga of Rolling Meadows. All these deals and more can be found only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com. That's ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
Hi, folks. Joe Walsh here. I recently visited Precision Payroll of America in Oak Brook Terrace, Illinois. I'll tell you, I've been hearing Tom's ads for years, and to meet his team and spend a little time with them, I realized why their clients and employees stay together so long. I also didn't realize what great services they offer. Payroll processing, tax filing, time and attendance, and human resource consulting. Boy, we could all use help there with all these new and yet to be introduced regulations from healthcare to full-time equivalency. Precision Payroll of America has the right services and the right approach to help companies navigate these crazy times. For a service provider you can relate to and will look out for your best interests, call Tom at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507. Also, visit precisionpayroll.com, but then pick up the phone and call Tom. He is sure to deliver great value and even better service.
Do shopping online and using public Wi-Fi make you vulnerable to identity theft? Does giving out your social security number put you at risk? Is your dog at risk of identity theft? Yes, yes, and no. Your dog has absolutely nothing to worry about. But we do live in a world that can expose a lot of personal information, and that can lead to having your identity stolen and losing everything you've worked for. That's why at LifeLock we use proprietary technology to detect a wide variety of threats. And unlike free credit monitoring services, we have a dedicated U.S.-based staff to help restore your identity if it ever is compromised. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But if you ask yourself whether you're worth protecting with the best, isn't the answer a resounding yes? Plans start at $9.99 a month, and now you can get 10% off. Go to LifeLock.com and use promo code NEWS.
Hey, before you read about it on Facebook or Twitter, well, hear about it from your friends. Find out what today's big stories really mean with me, Sean Hannity, today at 2, right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy.
Was busy reading my People magazine this morning.
Yeah, real page turner.
Well, learning about Donald Trump. This is their first sit-down interview with his wife, Melania. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And his son, Barron, who's 9 years old. Didn't know that he had 9. He actually has 5 children with 3 different wives. And he has 8 grandkids. And some of his grandkids are older than his youngest son.
Well, that's a nice segue to this piece, National Review Online by Henry Olson from the Ethics and Public Policy Center. I wonder what Trump supporters and non-Trump supporters think of this. How you defeat Trump, 4 easy steps. Here they are. 4 bankruptcies, 3 wives, 2 parties, 1 big problem for America. That's the 6-second tagline to an ad that sums up why, when the chips are down, the Donald is going to get fired by Republican primary voters, so suggests Henry Olson. 4 bankruptcies, 3 wives, 2 parties. 4 bankruptcies, suggests Olson, will shake up Trump's support among the key Republican faction, the establishment conservative, that are small business people, middle-range executives. And essentially he suggests 4 bankruptcies would challenge stability of character. You know, these other people pay their bills, come to work, etc. Right. 3 wives, Also at heart here about trust rather than morality. That's kind of self-explanatory. Particularly some of the, if we go back into history and look at the details of some of the transference from one wife to the other,
well, if you
there
think,
maybe have been some overlap,
and
that sort of thing.
Right, affairs, and if you think Bill Clinton's naughty, hello, Donald Trump, wake up, people. Study what he has done.
Please don't ever use Bill Clinton and naughty in the same sentence again. It creeps me out. And then two parties, of course, points out his dubious loyalty to the Republican Party. It's interesting. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure that Henry Olsen is right about that. But we don't really know. We don't really know how inelastic Trump supporters' support is, because it's still a small fraction of Republican primary voters who are really hyper engaged at this point, and you have not seen the carpet bombing of television ads and other communications really going after Trump in early states, whether it's taking this strategic approach or another that will put the test to Trump support, and you just haven't seen it yet. So I don't know the answer. I think Trump is starting to fade a little bit, but he's still a long way from going away.
Yeah, and last night, of course, another packed room. He was at a town hall in New Hampshire. Jeb Bush only got 300 people. Donald Trump, 3,000 people in attendance last night. And here's what I don't like about Donald Trump. He keeps flip-flopping. He just says what people want to hear, because now people are afraid of the Syrian refugees, and some of them might be ISIS members, and they're going to infiltrate the system. And 2 weeks ago, Donald Trump was, I'd like to accept some Syrian refugees. That's fine with me. We could take 10,000. That's fine. And last night, he completely changed his tune.
And now I hear we want to take in 200,000 Syrians, right? And they could be ISIS. I don't know. Did you ever see a migration like that? They're all men, and they're all strong-looking guys. Did you see it? They're walking, and there's so many men. There aren't that many women. And I'm saying to myself, why aren't they fighting to save Syria? Why are they migrating all over Europe? I'm serious.
I think Trump may want to go to the Low T Center. He's got that voice. I think he might.
It reminds me of Mayor Daley.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you right now, and I'm putting everybody on notice, and hopefully this gets outside of this room, and I guess it will with all these crazy cameras going back there. I'm putting the people on notice that are coming here from Syria as part of this mass migration, that if I win, they're going back. They're going back. I'm telling you. They're going back.
He's just saying things that people want to hear. This is not a serious candidate. This is a bad dream, right?
Well, here's the interesting thing is, could Trump be becoming a serious candidate? His tax plan was a serious tax plan.
Yeah, that's true.
His immigration plan is a serious plan. I'm not sure he's familiar with it, but whoever produced it and put it on his website, it's not an unserious plan. What he's talking about with respect to Syria and sending refugees back or bringing the caps back down for political refugees, that is not unserious. That is a position shared by many. Nicely rounding people up, that's less serious. But it's very interesting to see Trump. One thing he does have, in my opinion, and I think his success in media suggests this, he does have a pretty good ear, a pretty good sense of public pulse. So he started in with immigration. Now he's moving because it started to fade, and you can only run through so many characters, starting to introduce some serious policies that say, well, wait a second, we have to acknowledge these are serious policy proposals, because they are. He's kind of always moving to try and stay where the zeitgeist is at the time, and it makes him kind of an effective media guy. And frankly, being an effective media guy with his prominence could make him an effective political guy.
He even said during his interview with People magazine, he says he's saving on travel because of his own plane, but who needs advertising? It's all Trump all the time on television, so I'm way under budget. He hasn't had to spend any money on advertising because why not? You can get it for free.
Who needs advertising when the presidential campaign has been turned into WWE?
Frankly, what I say, and oftentimes it's fun, it's kidding, we have a good time. What I say is what I say. And honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you wanted to do an FHA Streamline refinance to lower your interest rate and payment, you called me and I helped you. When you wanted to refinance your 11% loan, you called me and I helped you. When you wanted to use your retirement assets to do an asset depletion loan, you called me and I helped you. If you'd like to talk to me about a mortgage, please call me at 312-751-1333. 312-751-1333. Email me at david@pearldavid.com. That's david@PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA, NMLS 19186, pearlmortgage.com licensing.
Hey, it's Dan Proft, gentlemen, and Mr. Trump. When it comes to your health, do you know your numbers? You may know your blood pressure and cholesterol, but do you know your testosterone? I do. Low T Center makes it easy. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and know your results within minutes. If you're a man over 40 and have noticed a decline in your energy, stamina, or libido, you may have low testosterone. Low T makes you feel tired and grumpy. It can raise your cholesterol and cause weight gain. But Low T Center's experienced medical staff will educate you on the benefits and risks of testosterone replacement. A Low T Center takes just minutes for results, and services are covered by most health insurance. They even have convenient and flexible hours. So do yourself a favor and get your levels checked. Only suggesting you get them checked. Call 630-409-4305. That's 630-409-4305. Or go to lowtcenter.com and tell them Dan Proft sent you.
I cherish women.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Are we on the cusp of another Fannie and Freddie-induced housing bubble bursting? We'll ask Bethany McLean, the author of Shaky Ground, at 6:36.
And then later, combating climate changes. Oh, yes, Dan has a suggestion. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, students out of class at a suburban high school district, teachers walking picket lines at McHenry High School District 156. Strike puts 2,500 students out of school. Teachers have been without a contract since mid-August. Hurricane Joaquin gaining strength. A Category 3+ storm bearing down on the central Bahamas and may hit the East Coast by the weekend.
Right now, I think I'm just going to be present with each day and kind of just see what the reports say rather than get, all nervous and anxious and, oh, my God, when is it coming? And just kind of take it slow, take a deep breath.
Warnings are up and down the East Coast this morning. Residents in the Afghani northern city of Kunduz say they can still hear explosions and gunfire after government forces say they've reclaimed that city from Taliban insurgents. A spokesman this morning for Russian President Vladimir Putin admits Russia's airstrikes in Syria are not targeting only ISIS militants, but other groups as well. Our Defense Secretary Ash Carter questioning whether the strikes are targeting ISIS.
I can't confirm that occurred, but if it occurred, it's yet another reason why this kind of Russian action can and will backfire very badly on Russia.
At a Pentagon briefing, Ash Carter, Republican presidential candidate Carly Fiorina, doesn't have good feelings about Russia's moves.
Iran and Iraq are forming an unholy alliance. Russia's intentions are to shore up and stabilize the Assad regime. ISIS is sort of a camouflage.
Fiorina adds the U.S. must push back by creating a no-fly zone around anti-Assad rebels. Attorneys for a convicted serial killer scheduled to be executed tonight in Virginia are trying to spare his life. Alfredo Prieto is on death row in California for the rape and murder of a 15-year-old when DNA evidence linked him to the murder of a couple in Virginia, and he could be tied to several other killings. Chicago coming off a violent month. The Tribune says through Tuesday, the city recorded 60 homicides in September. And the U.S. Justice Department is suing a suburban Chicago community that denied a Muslim group permission to open a place of worship in a vacant office building. The court in Chicago Wednesday said the city of Des Plaines violated a 2000 law prohibiting the use of zoning and other ordinances to thwart the practice of someone's religion. Cubs over Cincinnati 10-3. KC over the White Sox 5-3-10. The news service of TCF Bank. No matter if you're saving for something practical or for someone special, TCF is in rhythm with your heart. Make your goals a reality with a TCF Bank checking, savings, or money market account. Learn more. Visit the new tcfbank.com. A check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity explains how Trump has earned the right to be the front runner.
Donald Trump, whether you like him or not, has earned his status, his front runner status, fair and square. He didn't steal it. He hasn't lied. If anything, he's been refreshingly honest. Now, Trump may not be a conservative the way I'm a conservative, but certainly his supporters are.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
At Galaxy, they'll help make the house you have into the home you love. Right now, get kitchen or bath cabinets, 2 for the price of 1. Contact Galaxy 773-783-8300 or galaxyhome.com.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I really started it from an advertisement, more for my husband than for me, but I decided we should both take it, and I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, that's a wonderful success story.
I know.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
6:36 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The eastbound Adams Tollway is jammed from around Beverly Road to past Barrington Road. There's a stall blocking the right lane, and there's a mild delay from Elmhurst Road to Lee. Northbound Tri-State heavy, 115th to the 83rd Street toll, from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eden's inbound, 24 minutes, like Cook to Montrose, outbound 25, Kennedy. 24 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, and outbound 26, the Eisenhower. Now 40 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 34. Stevenson, 42 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 22 minutes, 95 to downtown. I-57 is 23 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop 435. Traffic service of UPSjobs.com, seeking part-time package handlers throughout the Chicagoland area, especially Northbrook, Palatine, Franklin Park, and Bedford Park. Package handlers can graduate debt-free with up to $25,000 in education assistance. Apply now at upsjobs.com/radio. Get there with UPS. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Partly sunny and breezy. 59 today. 53 degrees at O'Hare, but winds are out of the east at 13. Next news coming up at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, good morning. So, with Dodd-Frank, it seems like we're going down the same path we were on before the housing bubble burst and led to the financial crisis and other dubious policies like Too Big to Fail. The woman who really became well known for her work on the Enron scandal and the 2008 financial crisis is Bethany McLean. She's a contributing editor at Vanity Fair, and she wrote the book about the Enron scandal. You know, like Enron, former Enron advisor Paul Krugman, The Smartest Guys in the Room, which was quite good. She's written another book. It's called Shaky Ground, The Strange Saga of the U.S. Mortgage Giants. Kind of walks through perhaps some lessons learned from what happened with Fannie and Freddie nearing a decade ago and where we're headed now. And Bethany McLean joins us now. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So, what are one or two key takeaways in your estimation from the housing bubble that burst back in the first decade of our century here, and what it portends for the policy choices we're making now?
Well, I think one of the points of the book is that we're still living with the mess, even though it appears on the surface to be cleaned up. But part of the problem were these companies known as Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, which really provide the backbone of the U.S. mortgage market. They're almost invisible to most homeowners, but without them, especially in the years since the financial crisis, most people would not have been able to get a mortgage. And in the dark days of the financial crisis, the U.S. government took them over and put them in a state called conservatorship, where they were propped up by a line of credit from the U.S. government and effectively run by a U.S. government agency. And we're still in that situation. The promise at that time was that we were going to figure out what to do with these companies, maybe figure out a more sensible approach to homeownership than we've had in the past. But instead, these two giant companies still sit in this state called conservatorship. It's a great example of political dysfunction in Washington because none of our politicians know what to do with them.
Well, how have Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, how have their employees changed the way they've done business, or have they done anything differently?
Well, I think they have because of the way in which they're run. They're being run without any capital. So they're not, when the big thing from the financial crisis, you both know, is more capital, more capital, more capital. That's going to make our financial system safer. Fannie and Freddie collectively are the largest financial institution in the world. They have over $5 trillion of liabilities outstanding. And because of decisions made by the U.S. government, they're operating without any capital. And as a result, they're operating differently than they would if they were well-capitalized institutions.
Do you think that they should have been shut down after the collapse in 2007, 2008?
In some ways that seems like the ideal answer, but what's funny about it is that it actually wasn't feasible to do this, and there are two reasons why not, both of which I think are really interesting. One reason is that private capital deserted the mortgage market after the financial crisis. So if the government hadn't had Fannie and Freddie, we wouldn't have had a mortgage market. And that's still true. Some 80% of mortgages have had Fannie and Freddie's backing since 2008. Our mortgage market literally wouldn't be functioning without them. So it's very hard to shut down two institutions at the time you need them the most. The other part of the problem is that foreign governments, including banks in China and Japan, own a huge chunk of Fannie and Freddie's securities. So if you were to shut them down, what would you do with the foreign ownership of these securities? Because they don't want to lose any money on these securities, and they would be furious at the U.S. government were they to do that. And so this presence of foreign money in our housing market, which seems on the surface like a very good thing, more capital, right, is actually ties the hands of the government in some ways.
And how is Dodd-Frank, one of the seminal pieces of legislation that was supposed to clean up the mess that was created, how is that impacting the operation of Fannie and Freddie and the housing market more generally?
Well, it isn't touching Fannie and Freddie. It doesn't actually even mention Fannie and Freddie, and that's because nobody knew what to do with them. So we're ignoring the elephant in the room. We're all pretending it's not a problem, and this massive legislation that purports to fix our markets doesn't even deal with these two giant institutions. It does have a lot of other requirements for the housing market, and I think it remains to be seen whether it makes the market safer for consumers or whether it opens loopholes for more gaming of the rules.
We're talking to Bethany McLean. She's the author of Shaky Ground, The Strange Saga of the U.S. Mortgage Giants. In your book, you suggest that the narrative that blames Fannie and Freddie and the affordable housing goals specifically for the bursted bubble, the bubble that burst, ignores a number of things, including that the first wave of subprime lenders in the 1990s grew outside of the GSEs, the government-sponsored enterprises, Fannie and Freddie. Yeah, that's true, but what about the moral hazard that Fannie and Freddie create, where you have private operators who would take risks or abide government mandates they wouldn't otherwise abide if the government wasn't backing their play?
Yep, I totally agree with you. The point in the book is that Fannie and Freddie are not 100% responsible for the crisis, nor are the affordable housing goals. You look at the history of the mess, and it's pretty impossible to get to that conclusion, even based on the data, one fascinating thing to me, a new study shows that actually most of the defaults in the worst year of the crisis came from affluent borrowers. And this wasn't really a crisis of homeownership. It was a crisis of refinancing. And what I mean by that is that people took out bigger mortgages on their homes in order to spend the difference. So the crisis isn't really a referendum on homeownership and whether we should be helping people get mortgages, even though it's been portrayed as that. It's a referendum on giving any of us too much credit, right?
But I mean, but what about? I mean, just continue on moral hazard. What about the culture now? And I think it was intimated that it was the culture then, and the big boys knew it. That Goldman Sachs too big to fail.
Right. And so to get back to your point, the structure of Fannie and Freddie is really dangerous because they have this. They had this implicit guarantee from the government, this belief that the government would bail them out if there were a crisis, but yet they had a bottom line responsibility to shareholders. So even President Obama said at a recent speech, it's this horrible structure, heads they win, tails you lose. But the thing that the crisis shows, and to get to your point exactly, that structure turns out to be true for all of our big banks because they all had to be bailed out in the crisis. Right? So so in a sense, they were all government sponsored.
Well, and some, I mean, because of the government's kind of interventionist nature, some were forced to take TARP, even like Northern Trust, even if they didn't want it.
Right. Although there's a slippery line between those who say they were forced to take it and those who actually needed it. And if the government hadn't stepped in, no bank could finance itself. So if the government hadn't stepped in at that point in time, our whole financial system, I think, would have gone under. So in a sense, the whole economy needed it.
Do you foresee another housing collapse in the near future?
I don't. That's not my main problem with the state of affairs of Fannie and Freddie. The mortgages that are being made today are generally very safe. Some would argue too safe because homeownership rates in this country have plunged back to the levels of the 1990s. And people might say, well, that's all well and good. Homeownership should be lower. And there's a legitimate argument in favor of that. But the problem is that at the same time, rental rates are starting to explode. Private investors have bought up a lot of the foreclosed homes and turned them into rental properties, and now they're raising the rents a lot, which is legitimate, and they're perfectly their right to do so. But you have people who are squeezed out of the homeownership market who are now being squeezed by rising rental rates. So we have an affordable housing crisis that's brewing. So that's one part of my worry. I think the other part of my worry is that you have these two huge institutions operating with no capital and no plan for the future. So not only do we not have a housing policy in this country, were the two institutions, Fannie and Freddie, to suffer a loss, they would be right back on shareholders' dime, having to take another bailout. And I worry the government would lurch and do something that may not be well thought out and may not be a sensible plan, but there would just be political pressure to do something. And so my view is we have the luxury right now of a somewhat healthy economy. Let's figure this out.
So it's time to focus on the toxic twins, as you call them in your book.
Yeah, it's time to figure out how we should structure homeownership. And people might say, "Oh, I don't care. This is something I don't see." But look, how you finance mortgages not only determines the availability of mortgages, which most of us care about at some point in our life. How you pay for homes also determines the value of homes. And to many of us, our homes are the biggest asset we own, so you should care. And housing-related activities make up about 15 to 20% of GDP, so it really affects the economy. So even if you're not a homeowner, you should care about how we structure this because it matters to our overall economy. And I feel like it's this gaping problem that we're all talking about Dodd-Frank and the big banks, and we're all ignoring this issue that's sitting right there.
And if there's another meltdown, few escape other than the big banks.
That's true.
Bethany McLean, author of Shaky Ground, The Strange Saga of the U.S. Mortgage Giants. Bethany, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
All right, today partly sunny, breezy, a high of 59 degrees. Fall has arrived, folks. And then tomorrow, more of the same, a little bit warmer. Mostly sunny skies, continued breeze, and a high of 61. Let's see how the inbound Eisenhower is shaping up. Here's Jim Telemonte.
It's getting heavier, Amy and Dan. The ICAS delays Manheim to Harlem and Cicero to Independence. It's about 46 minutes Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 34, Eden's 24 minutes Lake Hook to Montrose. Outbound 27, crash at Niles Center on the right shoulder. The Kennedy, 30 minutes O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 33. The Stevenson, 42 minutes 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 22 minutes 95th to downtown. On the eastbound Adams Tollway, it's jammed. 25 to past Barrington Road with a stall still there in the right lane. Then stop and go from Elmhurst Road to the Kennedy. Reagan Tollway stop and go from the Fox River Bridge to 59. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Val Diorin for Lou Dobbs. Reports on global manufacturing and focus on Wall Street. Investors hoping to rebound from the stock market's worst quarterly performance in 4 years. Those stories next.
We gave Tom 12 seconds to give 6 reasons why he opened a Mathnasium Learning Center franchise.
Okay. Great income potential. Doing good for kids. Doing what I love. Making math make sense to kids. 500 centers open already. 1 every 3 days. Mathnasium taught me the business. Helps me. Supports me.
Time's up. Pretty good. For franchise information, visit mathnasium.com or take the first step right now. Call 855-361-MATH. That's 855-361-6284.
Business Loans Now is most known for 60-minute approvals and same-day funding for businesses across this greatest nation on God's green earth. This is Michael Medved for Business Loans Now, where your business cash flow is way more important than personal credit. Funding can be used for cash flow, equipment, payroll, and startups. Business Loans Now can also help with additional funding if your business has recently been underfunded by another lender. To find out how much your business could qualify for, I encourage you to visit businessloansnow.com.
Wall Street investors hoping to start the new month and quarter on a strong note will see whether corporate developments and economic reports help stocks begin to recover from the worst quarter performance in 4 years. October kicking off with reports on automobile sales, weekly jobless claims, manufacturing and construction spending. Those reports, as well as readings on manufacturing in China, Europe, Japan, likely to affect trading in the currency and commodity markets as well. Expectations of a Fed interest rate hike by the end of the year boosting the dollar, which has in turn driven gold prices to a more than 2-week low, and investors in the crude oil market praying for a lifeline after prices plunged 24% in the third quarter. November crude trading near $45 a barrel. Please tune in to Lou Dobbs tonight at 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. I'm Val Dior for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Thanks to all of our listeners who have purchased thousands of MyPillows over the last 18 months and are enjoying your best sleep ever. I didn't want to get off of mine this morning. But that still leaves thousands of you who haven't taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. What are you waiting for? It is so very important to get a great night's sleep. You'll wake up feeling refreshed, energized, ready to tackle your day. So don't wait any longer. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia. If you have allergies, this is perfect because you could throw it in the washer and dryer and it keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, visit MyPillow.com. Type Amy there in that promo code AMY. 2 pillows for the price of 1. Or you could call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201.
True or false? Huntington Learning Center franchise owners earn revenues 61% higher than their closest competitor.
True!
True or false? You can start a Huntington franchise for under $100,000.
True!
True or false? Huntington is a respected national tutoring and test prep leader with almost 4 decades of proven results.
True!
It's true. Opening a Huntington Learning Center franchise is the perfect opportunity to run a business that's both personally and financially rewarding. No previous educational experience required. Our model is simple. We provide you with our winning formula for student success, in-house financing, and ongoing support. You help students from K through 12 achieve outstanding academic results. And in turn, you score phenomenal financial returns. If you're passionate about making a difference and dream of owning a successful business, call 855-823-0000 or visit huntingtonfranchise.com to join the nation's top earning tutoring and test prep franchise. That's 855-823-0000.
AM 560, The Answer.
You know, it's so funny. When we talk climate change, people think that the people like I'm about to describe don't exist, that this is about concern for the environment. It's not a power grab. It's not about trying to immunize the eschaton, trying to recreate human beings. It's not about
Did you just say
eugenics.
immunize the eschaton? What did you say?
Immunize the eschaton.
Okay, thank you.
Create heaven on earth.
Yes.
Listen to this. This is not a joke. This is on Gizmodo.com. A professor named Matthew Lau, who is a bioethics professor at NYU, has a proposal. He wrote a paper about it, about a number of possible changes to human biology that can help us combat climate change.
All right.
You ready?
Yeah.
The first proposal, night vision. Genetically engineer humans to have more rods so we could better see at night and thus reduce our dependence on electric lights.
Okay.
Problem is there's only so many spots for rods and cones in our eyeballs, and our particular balance of the two is a trade-off. But that's something that Professor Lau wants to work around. Another modification, induce an allergy to meat to help people reduce their consumption of animals. You on board so far? Hat tip Margaret Sanger
I
here.
hope number 3 is better.
Next, talk about breeding people to be shorter.
Oh, come on.
Not kidding. Something Lau says could reduce our carbon footprint. Smaller people require less energy and use fewer resources. I hate to break it.
I'll cut myself off at the knees then.
I hate to break it to Professor Lau. I'm sorry. Chicago Democrats have already beat you to the punch. The Cornish Chicago Democrats, Rahm and Madigan and John Cullerton and Daley, these little people that run around, put them in charge of this program, or this aspect of the re-engineering the human being. What about less physical ways of decreasing someone's impact on the climate, you ask? I'm glad you asked.
Oh, yes, Dan.
Professor Lau talks about using cognitive enhancement to decrease the number of babies each person has, giving people Ritalin and modafinil to increase their cognitive ability because there's some links between cognitive ability and having fewer children. So some brain manipulation, too. And then also empathy. That's the last modification. Empathy is actually a really hard thing to define. Lau's idea is to give hormones to people like Oxycontin and serotonin to decrease someone's testosterone to enhance empathy. So re-engineering the human being, and fewer of us, because, population control is a real problem. Apparently, Mr. Lau and so many that are the climate change ZPGers never understood that the polar population bomb was neo-Malthusian nonsense. But this is serious. This is a professor. This is on the issue of climate change, and they're essentially proposing eugenics. People are inconvenient to the big government left. People are liabilities to the big government left. And I thank Professor Lau for illustrating this.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Banks have been foreclosing on people's homes at an unprecedented rate. Enough is enough. It's time to fight back and level the playing field. The attorneys of Bridges & O and Associates have an intense understanding of foreclosure law. Experienced attorneys will passionately litigate against and negotiate with your bank for a permanent loan restructuring. They are proud to help educate and protect families, keeping you in your home, reducing your stress, and giving you time to get back on your feet. Don't just sit there and lose your home. They can put you back in control. Get the upper hand when negotiating with your bank with their free evaluation. Then Bridges & O and Associates will develop a plan that will help your family now, 3 months from now, 3 years from now, even 5 years from now. Call 224-513-1231 or visit FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. Get real answers from a real foreclosure defense law firm. 224-513-1231 or FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. Bridges & O and Associates. You have rights. Don't give up your home.
Are you suffering with hearing loss? Are you sick of people constantly complaining that your TV is too loud? Are you tired of asking people to speak up? Would you like to hear more clearly, but you don't want to wear a hearing aid that makes you look old? Then you need to try Listen Clear, a life-changing breakthrough precisely designed by top audio engineers to fit your ear almost invisibly. And you can adjust Listen Clear to find the perfect way to hear everything, wherever you are and whatever you're doing. And right now you can try Listen Clear absolutely free with free shipping. We'll even give you free batteries for life. So call now, 1-800-700-5105. Listen Clear is lightweight and completely hassle-free, and it's practically invisible. Call for your 100% free home trial with free shipping and free batteries for life. For free information, call now. 1-800-700-5105. That's 1-800-700-5105. 1-800-700-5105.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Showdown in Syria. We'll discuss it with Cliff May, president of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, at 7:07.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, students out of class at a suburban high school district, will tell you where. Authorities are providing an update today in the investigation into the death of a Fox Lake police officer. A report slams the FAA's response to a fire at an Aurora air traffic facility. Royals beat the White Sox in 10. Jackson drives in 5 as the Cubs beat the Reds 10-3. Partly sunny and breezy, a high of 59 in your forecast. Weather after Fox News, WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. Well, Hurricane Joaquin hit the East Coast. This man remembers Sandy, so he's getting ready on the Jersey Shore.
Just protecting the house from flying objects.
The storm's powerful, and Fox News Radio's Evan Brown's tracking it live in Miami.
Dave, Hurricane Joaquin will very likely strike the U.S. coast somewhere.
But if we do know it's coming, everything here will be evacuated.
He's in Swansboro, North Carolina. Now would be the time for coastal residents in the U.S. to gather and check supplies, make evacuation plans, and even double-check homeowner and flood insurance policies. Joaquin, now a Category 3 storm, has been spending the night in the Bahamas, walloping the islands with 120-mile-an-hour winds, more than 15 inches of rain, and a storm surge as high as 8 feet, Dave.
Eben, there's already been heavy rain along the East Coast with more forecast even before Joaquin comes this way, and there's just word out of South Carolina one person has been killed in flooding there. The Secret Service is in more trouble, accused of trying to get back at a Republican congressman investigating recent Secret Service scandals. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
A report from the Homeland Security Inspector General reveals dozens of employees got their hands on information that revealed Congressman Jason Chaffetz once applied to the Secret Service and was rejected. That information, which was an illegally restricted database, ended up in an online publication. In a statement, agency head Joe Clancy said any employee who committed misconduct will be held accountable. In a statement of his own, Chaffetz said some lines should never be crossed and that the tactic was designed to intimidate him, and it did. He says the work of the committee will continue. Dave.
Rachel, Russia's reportedly dropped more bombs on Syria. Moscow says it's been hitting terror groups, but Defense Secretary Ash Carter says if Russia's only backing the Assad regime,
it's doomed to failure.
There was concern the first airstrikes yesterday did not hit areas where ISIS has a presence. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Partly cloudy, 53 degrees, 7:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Students out of class at a suburban school district, teachers walking picket lines early this morning after walking away from negotiations in McHenry High School District 156. Strike puts more than 2,500 students out of class. Negotiations had begun in March. Students at East St. Louis High School walked out of class yesterday, backing teachers who may walk off the job today. Chicago coming off a violent month. Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy says something has to change in order to stop those who commit gun crimes.
Time and time again, it's the same pattern over and over again. Until such time that they're held accountable, we could make 1 billion gun arrests a year, and it's not going to make a difference.
City recorded 60 homicides in September. The U.S. Transportation Department's Inspector General determines the FAA contingency plan and security protocol were insufficient at an Aurora air traffic facility set on fire last year. The Inspector General says the FAA's plan was so bad, the agency reverted to an outdated 2008 plan when the Aurora fire forced the closure of Chicago's O'Hare and Midway airports and disruptions around the nation. The Justice Department suing the city of Des Plaines. We get details in this story from AM 560's David Stewart.
The lawsuit filed in Chicago says Des Plaines violated the rights of the American Islamic Center by imposing parking and zoning restrictions on the group's plans to convert a vacant office building into a prayer center that violated its own ordinances and were never imposed on non-Islamic religious centers. The group has about 180 members and came from war-torn Yugoslavia in the 1990s. The suit points out that while the alderman claimed that allowing a religious center in an industrial area would be dangerous for the group's children, the city did allow a baseball training center in a similar location. David Stewart, Chicago.
Chicago sports, Cubs over Cincinnati 10-3. Austin Jackson drove in 5. Kansas City beat the White Sox 5-3-10. The news service of Flu Block. Did you know you have a choice in a flu vaccine? This season, ask for Flu Block, the only pure choice, now available at Target and local retailers like Roundy's and Mariano's pharmacies. For more information, go to askforflublock.com or talk to your healthcare professional. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
She's bold.
You're not black, so drop the racism crap.
She's controversial.
When you bring the people here, you bring those cultures here.
She's unapologetic.
This is a total fraud and a fig leaf.
And she's coming to Freedom Summit Chicago 2015. She's Ann Coulter.
Now I'm talking.
See best-selling author and conservative firebrand Ann Coulter live on Saturday, November 14th at Freedom Summit Chicago in Itasca. Get your tickets now at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
Where do more than 2 million people go each day to do their best work? They go to Regis. Regis has beautifully designed tech-powered offices and co-working spaces with full admin support. Let Regis manage the details for you so you can focus on your business. Call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES to get up and running fast, without the hassle. Join the 2 million people who have found a better way to work. And right now, get a free officer meeting room for a day when you call 1-800-OFFICES. Regis, here to help you grow.
7:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get the very latest now with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The eastbound Adams Tollway has heavy delays from 25 to past Barrington Road after an earlier stall. Then it is stop and go from Elmhurst Road to the Kennedy. On the inbound Kennedy, the delays are from the River Road toll all the way in. It's 35 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 47. Eden's 25 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 32. Crash at Niles Center. 2 lanes are blocked. The Eisenhower, 50 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 34. Stevenson, 51 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 39. Ryan is 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-States, though, 111th to LaGrange Road from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis and Roosevelt to North Avenue. Eastbound Reagan Tollway, stop and go 31 to 59. Veterans Memorial, slope out into the Reagan Tollway and Findlay to Roosevelt. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Breezy with partial sunshine today, winds up to 30 miles per hour, high 59. Breezy with patchy clouds tonight, winds up to 35 miles per hour, low 48. Breezy with partial sunshine again tomorrow with winds gusting up to 35 miles per hour, a high of 61. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
53 at O'Hare. Next news, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Crease Hockey Radio with Kenny McCudden. Heard Sunday evenings at 11 and brought to you by Garden Fresh Market.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
A stunning turn today in Syria. Russian airstrikes coming just 2 days after the war in Syria was topic A for Presidents Obama and Putin at the UN. But the question this evening is whether Russia is targeting ISIS or Syrian rebels supported by the U.S., adding to anxiety surrounding one of the most dangerous places on earth.
Putin is on a roll. This guy is good, and we've got a pixie dust president who still thinks he can say something 3 times and make it come true.
Today, so many questions about what happened behind those doors in Washington. That secret meeting with controversial Kentucky clerk Kim Davis.
It was really very humbling to even think that he would want to, meet me or know me.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. What up, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson? We could get to Russia and Syria in present tense in just a minute, but I wanted to take judicial notice of this. New York City, I mean, good grief. They elect a socialist, and now they're honoring a communist traitor to this country. The city council passed a resolution honoring Ethel Rosenberg, of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. Julius and Ethel Rosenberg were executed for being traitors to this country, being Soviet spies to a regime that murdered 100 million people in the 20th century. They're being honored. They're suggesting Ethel Rosenberg was innocent. She wasn't. Julius Rosenberg, even his children have admitted that he was a traitor and a spy. It is not in question. Nikita Khrushchev wrote in his memoirs about the help that the Rosenbergs, plural, provided the Soviet Union as it pertained to their nuclear weapons program, and so on and so forth. This is not in dispute. And you have New York City honoring a communist traitor to this country.
Are they naming a street after her, too?
Good grief. My head hurts all the time these days. To make it better, hopefully, we're now joined by Clifford May, who is the president of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Cliff, thanks for joining us.
Good to be with you.
So, are we now in a place in Syria where we're left to kind of re-prosecute Charlie Wilson's war, this time in Syria, to arm whoever we think is left that would be opposed to both the Assad regime and ISIS, and stand back and let Putin do what he's going to do?
Well, we sort of blew the opportunity. If you go back to 2011, there were peaceful protests against the Assad regime by people who really were secular, by people who really were not Islamists, and we ignored them. Assad struck back brutally against them. Before too long, it evolved into a civil war. President Obama didn't do anything about it. He sort of prophesied that the time has come for Assad to leave. Assad thought, well, that's fine, you make me do it. He didn't. There was a power vacuum as Assad began to crack down, and it was filled before long by groups like Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State, which was Al-Qaeda. It just went off in its own direction with a slightly different strategy. Now you essentially have Putin saying, you know what, get out of my way. I'm going to go in there and do what I want to do. Make sure your planes aren't anywhere where they might get hit by mine.
But so who was targeted? The CIA saying this morning that their backed rebels, people that we trained and armed, were hit, as well as innocent civilians.
Well, the right, and there's quite a few reports. The interesting thing and the kind of terrible thing here is we have been told by various sorts that, well, okay, Putin's going in there and he's going to go fight ISIS, go fight the Islamic State. It appears he's not doing anything of the sort. He's fighting people who are the least bad. There is an interest, particularly on Assad's part, and has been from the beginning, of wanting to be able to say it's either me or the worst groups, such as Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State. And to make sure that was true, he needed to attack anybody except the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda, so that there would be only that choice. This is a very Machiavellian game. It's a chess game, and it's a gunfight, and we're coming in not with knives, but with pillows for a pillow fight.
Well, and I'll tell you what, I guess my question to you would be, how quickly can this escalate? I mean, Kerry said we're not going to stop our airstrikes in Syria at present course. Russia puts troops on the ground, which Putin has indicated now that he will do. How quickly could this escalate if our airstrikes kill Russian soldiers, their airstrikes shoot down a U.S. plane? This is getting a little dicey, isn't it?
Those kinds of mistakes can absolutely happen, and it's a very dangerous situation for us, certainly from that point of view. But when you talk about escalation, keep in mind we've had a civil war there for 4 years, probably 250,000 people dead. Syria no longer really exists as a nation, and may not again in our lifetimes. Iraq is large parts of it have been taken over by the Islamic State. The Islamic State controls land about the size of Britain at this point. Al-Qaeda is still on the rise in a lot of parts of the world. Iran has essentially taken over Iraq, not entirely. But I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it's more influential than we are in Iraq, despite all the treasure and blood that was spilled there by our soldiers. It's already a war. In fact, this is part of the problem, and you and I have talked about this before. There's a world war going on. It's being waged by various groups against America, against Israel, against the West, and we're not fighting it. We're pretending it doesn't exist. We're pretending all we need to do is counter violent extremism with jobs programs and other varieties.
Yeah, that's what Obama said yesterday. The way to defeat ISIS is with a stronger government and jobs.
Yeah, this at some point you need to, wake up and, smell a little coffee.
Well, but the problem is the administration is saying all kinds of things. They're not speaking with one voice. Samantha Power, the U.S. ambassador to the UN, suggested we need boots on the ground in Syria.
Well, this administration has not had a coherent strategy in regard to the enemies whose name we dare not speak, jihadism and Islamism. And as a result, all those enemies are becoming stronger. We've signed an agreement with the leading and most powerful jihadist regime in the world to enrich and empower them further. That's Iran. We see the various empire builders of the world saying this is a great time for us. We need to take advantage of it. So you have China building its empire in Asia. You have Russia taking slices out of the Ukraine. And you have Iran beginning to see the possibility of being the hegemon of the Middle East with American help. I can't remember if I've ever said this to you before, but it's really important. After 9/11, I had predicted that we'd have a president who would be giving hundreds of billions of dollars in weapons and nuclear weapons to the leading terrorist sponsor of the world. You'd say I'm crazy, but that's exactly what's going on right now. And Russia is aligning itself with Iran and with China because they all have one interest in common, and that is to diminish the United States. And it seems to be the policy of this administration to help them.
All right, so where does it go from here? Do you see Vladimir Putin sending in ground troops to Syria?
Well, he's not easy to predict. He will do what he thinks is in his interest. My guess is that he will shore up Assad and make sure that Assad is protected not in all of Syria. I think that's probably too ambitious for him, but in parts of Syria. I think other parts of Syria will very much be taken over by Iran, and they'll use that as a bridge to Lebanon and to Hezbollah, which is a terrorist organization that has killed Americans, killed Israelis, that is fighting for Assad as his sort of shock troops. And other parts of the country will continue to be ruled by ISIS, by the al-Nusra Front. Al-Nusra is essentially a division of Al-Qaeda. And I think Iran also will increasingly hold the power in Iraq as well. But that won't be the end of it.
Well, and to this score of weakness being provocative, now we have Mahmoud Abbas, the Palestinian Authority, saber-rattling, suggesting that the Oslo Accords are no longer in effect as far as he's concerned. This is not something he has not said before. He has said it before effectively, but the timing of this is interesting. What do you make of what Mr. Abbas had to say?
Most likely he's simply upset that no one's paying attention to him. It is sort of remarkable that President Obama didn't mention anything about the Palestinians, neither did the French. Most of the Sunni states are sort of saying to Abbas, look, we have serious problems to deal with. You say we're not dealing with you. It seems unlikely, although you never know, that he would really say there is no longer an Oslo agreement, because the Oslo agreement created the Palestinian Authority, and he's the president of the Palestinian Authority, and if there's no Oslo, there's no Palestinian Authority, and he's not president of the Palestinian Authority. Now, what the Israelis would do in that circumstance, I'm not sure I know. I'm not sure they exactly know. Abbas is about 80 years old. He smokes several packs of cigarettes a day. He is not healthy. He has groomed nobody to succeed him. When he shuffles off, it's going to be a mess. No one's doing anything about that, particularly either. The Israelis don't know what to do about it. And, of course, he doesn't even control the territory that could become a Palestinian state. He barely rules in the West Bank. He rules not at all and can't even take a weekend vacation in Gaza.
All right, Cliff May, President of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracy. Thanks always for joining us and providing us your insights. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, defending pedophilias. You'll hear it here. But first, here's your forecast. Partly sunny skies, breezy, a high of 59 degrees. Tomorrow, another crisp fall day. Breezy with mostly sunny skies. A few high clouds and just a little bit warmer, a high of 61. Travel times, let's see how the inbound Ike and Edens are doing. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. The Edens inbound delays start at Niles Center, 32 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26. To Kennedy, 42 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 53. The Eisenhower, it's now an hour from Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 34 minutes. Stevenson, 51 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 39. Ryan is 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, stop and go Belmont to North Avenue with a crash in the left lane. The northbound delays are from the Stevenson to Jackson. Eastbound Adams Tollway still really jammed, 25 to past Barrington Road after an earlier stall. The other tollways are heavy too. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
AM 560 has a brand new mobile app, and it can do some pretty cool things. You can download podcasts of this show straight from the app. You can hear the interview I did with Tal Brody. You can set up an alarm to wake up to the show every morning. And, of course, you can listen to AM 560 wherever you are, right on the mobile app. And if you download or upgrade to the new mobile app between now and October 9th, you will be able to enter to win an all-expenses-paid trip to Cancun, Mexico for a week-long stay at the Secrets The Vine all-inclusive resort, courtesy of our good friends from Apple Vacations. Now, to get the app for your mobile device so you can register to win the trip, go to 560theanswer.com/mobile. That's 560theanswer.com/mobile and download Paradise. It's available for both Apple and Android-powered devices, presented by Permaseal Basement Systems.
Having a great smile to show off makes you feel good. There's no embarrassment associated with being able to flash your pearly whites whenever you want. If you'd like to feel that comfort and confidence with your smile, there's only one person who can help you. Dr. Neruzzi of Fox River Periodontics.
This is Brian DeWolf. I have 2 implants from Fox River Periodontics. I had one, I was happy with it, so I had another one done, and I love them. The idea of dentures didn't appeal to me at all. I didn't want that appliance in my mouth. These implants are wonderful. They're just like your real teeth, and they're probably even better because there's no nerve attached to them, so there's no pain, and they last forever. Dr. Neruzzi is great, and his staff is wonderful, and I trust him completely. If you're looking for dental implants, or considering dental implants for a missing tooth or for a whole mouthful, talk to Dr. Neruzzi. You'll be happy you did, and Fox River Periodontics.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
Honey, I'm really worried about our retirement funds.
Oh, me too. We lost so much value in the recession in the stock market. I'm worried we won't have enough to retire.
Jim next door told me that he had set up a new kind of IRA with the Gold Silver Group. He said how simple and safe it was. It's a private storage IRA, and we could have real gold and silver in our hands.
Really? You mean we can actually see it and touch it?
Absolutely. Jim said we could have all the benefits of an IRA to help build our retirement income. Bottom line, we would own a real tangible asset, and we would have the security of knowing we're protected no matter what the economy does. What do you think?
I think we need to find out how to get our own private storage IRA. We need to call the Gold Silver Group right now.
Are you ready to protect your future? Call 800-296-7609 now to find out how easy and safe it is to set up a private storage IRA with Gold Silver Group, and find out how you can qualify for up to $700 in free silver. All transactions are privately delivered and fully insured. Please call us now. 800-296-7609. 800-296-7609.
People who can afford a LASIK procedure sure are lucky. Imagine being able to throw away your contacts and glasses. Imagine waking up tomorrow with 20/20 vision. Too bad everyone can't afford LASIK. Well, guess what? There's a company that agrees with you. TLC Laser Eye Centers is now offering great prices on high-quality LASIK to make it affordable for everyone. That means you get the latest FDA-approved all-laser LASIK technology for less than what others charge. And if you call right now, we'll schedule a free consultation so you can discover if LASIK is right for you. Individual results may vary. Call 1-800-488-7959. Even better, if you're one of the first 100 callers, ask about an extra 10% off your all-laser LASIK procedure. We've already performed over 2 million procedures. Let us help you. Discover how you can get the quality LASIK experience you deserve for less than what others charge. For your free consultation, call 1-800-488-7959. 1-800-488-7959.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Very nice music for a very disturbing story.
It is a disturbing story.
It's honest, though.
Well, I'll tell you, Sun Tzu said, know thy enemy. Aristotle said, know thyself. You read Salon.com, you find out a lot about both. This is an outlet, by the way, this left-wing rag. This is an outlet that has featured such stories from contributors as how anal relations ruined my relationship. I'm not kidding. And I'm not kidding about this either.
Dan, I'm eating over here.
I'm
really?
sorry. This is Salon.com, and this is, this is what the Kankel Caucus and the rabid left likes. So I'm just, trying to be, kind of open-minded,
okay,
tolerant,
well,
embrace different ideas. And so this is embracing, not embracing. No, not embracing. But this is noting an op-ed in Salon.com by Todd Nickerson. The op-ed is, I'm a pedophile, but not a monster.
Well, yeah, Todd Nickerson, who has one hand, by the way. The other one was...
The one-handed man, a fugitive pedophile.
He has a pirate's hook in the other. So he said he was teased his whole life because of that, but something happened to him.
He was molested. He was abused,
Yeah.
right, which is often the case here. He writes, though, the definition of a pedophile is someone who molests kids. Not really. Although pedophile and child molester have often been used interchangeably, and there is some overlap. That's a grand concession. A pedophile is someone who's sexually attracted to children. That's it. There's no inherent reason he must act on those desires with real children. Some pedophiles do. Many of us do not. He is one who does not. I mean, this is about a 2,000-word piece. Essentially, to me, my takeaway from this piece...
Did you read it in its entirety?
Unfortunately, I did, is trying to create pedophilia as some alternate lifestyle that needs to be understood, that we need to talk it out, and that there need be no moral opprobrium directed at those persons who suffer from, as Mr. Nickerson calls it, the handicap of pedophilia.
Well, yeah. When I read this article, and I'm not done yet, but I'm pretty much through it. To me, it sounded like his pedophilia was more of a condition similar to, like an alcoholic or an addiction. But yet he's not acting out on it. But he sounds pretty darn close to be acting out. He says he doesn't, partake in any child pornography. It's just something that happened to him when he was a kid. He was molested, and he saw this girl once when he was painting, a young girl, and described his love for her.
Yeah, and he talks about this group called Virtuous Pedophiles. Not kidding. That's the name of the group. Virtuous Pedophiles, founded on the notion that pedos, as he calls them,
oh my God,
need an alternative to those other forums, a place where they can feel comfortable and get the support they need without the pressure to support sketchy views about adult-child relations. He had a follow-up to that piece.
Oh, really? Because that one wasn't enough information?
No, this is...
boundaries, people, boundaries.
This is writing about the reaction to the previous piece. Mm-hmm. I'm a pedophile, you're the monsters. My week inside the vile right-wing hate machine. He's another victim of the vast right-wing conspiracy, it turns out.
We don't understand him? Or...
Yeah, apparently he was on the Dr. Drew show, and where Dr. Drew said things that we kind of have understood to be true, like pedophiles are by nature compulsive. You don't rehabilitate sex offenders, of the pedophilic nature. But the greatest amount of flack, Mr. Nickerson writes, has come from the far right, who smeared Salon for daring to allow me to speak, as if silencing pedophiles somehow equates to fighting sexual abuse. She's very upset about that. And I'll tell you what, I've never been more proud to be a member of the vile right-wing hate machine than after reading Todd Nickerson.
We'll be right back.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I really enjoyed test driving that car, but I don't know if I can afford it.
Well, you can qualify for a low interest and payment auto loan depending on your credit score.
I don't even know what my credit score is.
You should go to Credit Sesame. They give you your credit score for free and so much more. In fact, you can check it right now.
Yes, at Credit Sesame, we help turn your credit score into the key that unlocks the things you want, like that new car. We give you a free credit score and so much more. You get free credit monitoring and alerts, personal loan analysis and recommendations, money management tips and tools, all to save you money and help you reach your goals. Plus, identity theft protection, absolutely free, no credit card required. So do more with your score. Get started today. Visit freecreditsesame.com. That's freecreditsesame.com. freecreditsesame.com.
Hey guys, Dan Proft here. When it comes to your health, do you know your numbers? You may know your blood pressure and cholesterol, but do you know your testosterone? I do. Low T Center makes it easy. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and know your results within minutes, which is exactly what I did. If you're a man over 40 and have noticed a decline in energy, stamina, or libido, you may have low testosterone. Low T makes you feel tired and grumpy. It can raise your cholesterol and cause weight gain. But Low T Center's experienced medical staff will educate you on the benefits and risks of testosterone replacement. At Low T Center, it takes just minutes for results, and services are covered by most health insurance. They even have convenient and flexible hours. So do yourself a favor and get your levels checked post-haste. Call 630-409-4305. That's 630-409-4305. Or go to lowtcenter.com and tell them Dan Proft sent you.
AM 560. The Answer.
And coming up next on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Well, I think we've done enough talk about the left mainstreaming pedophilia, but it is worth noting those Republicans and conservatives that want to abdicate the quote-unquote culture struggle. The left doesn't. Just worth noting. But coming up at 7:37, Dr. Scott Gottlieb from the American Enterprise Institute on Hillary Clinton's plan to regulate prescription drug prices.
And we'll tell you what's going to happen to that tardy teacher who's missed class many times. The verdict's in. But first, let's go back to the newsroom and say hello to Mike Scott.
Clouds and sun, 53 degrees. Folks up and down the East Coast packing for a Hurricane Joaquin punch. Forecasters say Joaquin could hit anywhere from South Carolina to Maine. It's currently a Category 3 storm. Developments on the Hillary Clinton front this morning from the campaign. Britain's Daily Mail reporting that a campaign worker for the Democratic presidential hopeful broke Nevada law by advising Hispanics in Las Vegas how to vote while helping them register. The scandal over Clinton's private email server could be a lot worse. According to various reports, Clinton did receive at least 5 emails from Russian hackers. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump reacting to the latest batch of Clinton emails released.
The whole thing is terrible for our country. What she did as Secretary of State was ridiculous, and she wanted total privacy for whatever reason. You would have had much more privacy the other way, but what she did is totally illegal.
4,000 more of Clinton's emails were made public yesterday. Defense Secretary Ash Carter questioning this morning whether Russian airstrikes in Syria are targeting ISIS forces.
I can't confirm that occurred, but if it occurred, it's yet another reason why this kind of Russian action can and will backfire very badly on Russia.
Carter in a Pentagon briefing. The Department of Homeland Security says Secret Service employees improperly accessed information about Congressman Jason Chaffetz. Another explosion in southern China, this one damaging a 6-story building today. Less than a day ago, more than a dozen blasts triggered by parcel bombs killed at least 7. Second largest lottery jackpot this year, a ticket bought in Michigan. Michigan Lottery spokesman Jeff Holyfield says the winning ticket was purchased at a gas station not far from here in Three Rivers. Students are out of class at a suburban school district. Teachers walking picket lines after walking away from negotiations in McHenry High School District 156. More than 2,500 students have been idle. Chicago sports. Last night in baseball, Cubs over Cincinnati 10-3. White Sox fell to Kansas City in 10, 5-3. And the news is a service of Nicola by LaCroix. It's a Nicola news flash. Dancing polar bears spotted sipping new LaCroix Nicola, 100% all-natural, cola-flavored sparkling water. Experts explain that even polar bears want a healthy cola alternative. LaCroix by Nicola, available at Jewel. 7:34, a check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
We are raising a country of sissies.
The Joe Walsh Show.
It's scary because these kids are going to be adults one day. Every single day, we move away from freedom and individual responsibility. And every single day we do that, we move closer to a country full of only government dependency.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
If you could choose any school from which to earn your college degree and be on your way to a better life, would you choose a school the Wall Street Journal recognized for producing some of the best qualified graduates? One the Princeton Review ranked as a leader in undergraduate education? And one U.S. News & World Report named #1 in the nation for innovation ahead of both MIT and Stanford? Discover why Arizona State University is a clear choice for your future. In addition, ASU Online offers over 100 graduate and undergraduate programs you can take 100% online and on your schedule. You'll receive the exact same curriculum, degree, and prestigious faculty as our on-campus students. For information, go to radio.asu.edu. U.S. News & World Report also ranked ASU in the top 10 best places to earn an online degree. So get started today and learn to thrive with Arizona State University online. Visit us today at radio.asu.edu. That's radio.asu.edu.
Cornerstone National Bank believes trust, service, and relationship is the foundation of a business banking partnership. Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company, where you belong. Visit cornerstonenb.com. Member FDIC.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
I will tell you one thing, and he's sick all winter. He wasn't sick at all this winter, not one time.
I've taken vitamins my whole life, and this is really the only thing that I've ever really felt like that did anything.
That's why I kept coming down with the flu. And she said, double them, triple them. And that's what I did since then, and I haven't had the flu. So I know it worked.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
7:36 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Eden's inbound is 34 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 32. The Kennedy, 50 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 57. The Eisenhower is a full hour from Thorndale to the post office, outbound 34 minutes. Stevenson, 56 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 36. The Ryan, 22 minutes. 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State stop and go 115th to the Hinsdale Oasis and Roosevelt to Grand Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway jammed 25 to past Barrington Road and slow 2E to Lee. Reagan Tollway slow 31 to 59. Winfield to Naperville and York to the Tri-State. Traffic service of TCF Bank. No matter if your small business is just starting out or you need help to grow, TCF is in rhythm with your goals. TCF Bank offers flexible business solutions to help improve your bottom line. Learn more, visit the new tcfbank.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Partly sunny and breezy, high 59. It is right now 53 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Market Overdrive with Carla Mina. 2 power hours of real estate trends, secrets, and advice heard every Saturday from 1 to 3 p.m.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so are price controls finally going to work when Hillary Clinton imposes them? Again, assuming that she's in the White House and not in prison. But that's essentially what she's proposed with her plan to address rising prescription drug prices. And for a professional assessment of what Mrs. Clinton has suggested, by the way, since she suggested it, biotech indexes are down about 20%. So thank you, Hillary Clinton, if you or your mutual fund or pension fund holds biotech stocks. We're now joined by Dr. Scott Gottlieb from the American Enterprise Institute. Dr. Gottlieb, who is a practicing physician, has been at all the bad places, Food and Drug Administration, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, so he knows of what he speaks. Dr. Gottlieb, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
So, Hillary Clinton, the problem with prescription drug prices, particularly this one that made all the news from Turing Pharmaceuticals last week about raising the price of Daraprim from $13.50 to $750, and this CEO of Turing was vilified. The solution to that problem of these reckless biotech, big pharma CEOs is Hillary Clinton's regulatory price control regime. What's your assessment of her proposal?
Well, the problem is that she's talking about episodes like Turing Pharmaceuticals, but then she's aiming her policies at all these new innovative drugs, these new cancer drugs, and other new drugs that actually cure disease and are delivering a lot of value to patients. The issue with the Turing Pharmaceuticals, this is a case where a hedge fund speculator was able to take advantage of what I would call a regulatory failure, where this is an old generic drug. It should be very cheap, but for the fact that it's become much harder for new companies to enter the generic drug market and much more expensive. So you have these situations where you have these temporary monopolies where there might be just one producer of an old generic drug, and it creates an opportunity for people like this speculator to jack up the price a lot. That's very different than new drugs that are delivering a lot of value to patients.
Well, why is it difficult for generic drug makers to enter the market?
It's gotten a lot more expensive. So it used to be that generic drug application, if you were a generic company and wanted to file an application for approval, it cost like $1 million, and it took maybe a year or two to get approved. Now it takes up to 50 months on average to get an approval. It costs up to $20 million to file the application. So if it's a small drug, let's say it only has, in this case, 12,000 prescriptions written a year, it might not make sense to file the application if it's going to cost $20 million and take you 4 years to get approved. So you have these situations where there might be just one or two generic manufacturers for a drug, and someone can come in and hike the price a lot. Now what's going to happen in this case is other generic drug companies are going to come in and try to file their own applications to compete with this guy, but that's going to take 3 or 4 years for him to get approved. And in the meantime, he's going to have this monopoly where he can extract really a windfall profit that, isn't really providing any value. He's not doing anything other than just jacking up the price.
Well, and I just want to be specific. It's implicit in what you're saying, but just to make it explicit, we're talking about the FDA creating these artificial barriers to entry.
Exactly. But for a functional regulatory process. And the regulatory process was supposed to be such that it was very cheap to get a generic drug on the market, and it would take a very short period of time. But the process isn't working well, and so that's why it's become so expensive and so slow. The FDA has also knocked out a lot of generic drug manufacturing in this country by increasing its regulatory standards on manufacturing. Now, you can agree or disagree with what the FDA has done, but the fact that it's done it so abruptly and knocked out about 25% of the generic drug manufacturing has also created these situations where you have these temporary drug monopolies, again, where companies are able to increase the price a lot because they might be the only producer left in the market. That's a very different issue than drugs that are, a cure for hepatitis C or a cure for cancer that are priced very high because it took a lot of risk and money to develop those drugs, and they're delivering a lot of value to patients. The problem with Hillary's proposals is she's talking about one thing and aiming her policies at another. So she's talking about the problem of these exorbitantly priced generic drugs that should be cheap. I agree with her. But then her policies are aimed at these brand new cancer drugs that are delivering a lot of value.
So can the FDA or members of the FDA level any fines against, say, the Turing CEO who decided to raise the price from $13 to $750 a pill?
There's really not much that they can do except jawboning, except criticizing him, and they've done that.
Shaming,
yeah. They can lower the price. The other thing they can do is expedite the approval of competing generic drugs. Now, there's a backlog of generic applications sitting at FDA of about 5,000 applications, it could very well be that there's one or two applications for competing versions of this drug sitting with FDA right now. They could adopt a policy to prioritize those applications. That's within the realm of what the FDA is capable of doing.
But you make the point in this op-ed you wrote in the Wall Street Journal that these high-cost specialty drugs, like the one we're talking about, constitute a very small fraction of overall healthcare spending. So it's a bit of a kind of a populist misdirection play to score political points against an easy target, big pharma, that have very little impact in terms of people's access to life-saving drugs.
Well, that's right. I mean, if you look at total drug spending as a proportion of healthcare spending over the last 50 years, it's about 10% of total healthcare spending. So it's been flat for 50 years as a proportion of healthcare spending. And I would argue that if you look at the different components of healthcare spending, drugs is one place where we're getting a lot of value and a lot of improvements in productivity relative to other money that we spend on healthcare. Even if you look at cancer spending, total spending on cancer care is about 5% of total healthcare spending. That's been flat for about 30 years. And of that, about 1% of total healthcare spending actually is on cancer drugs. So we talk about the high cost of cancer drugs, but it's only 1% of all the money we spend on healthcare. And again, I would argue we're getting a lot of benefits for that 1%. And one more point, of that 1%, about half of it is on very old line generic chemotherapy. So it's really only half of 1% that we're spending on all these new high-priced cancer drugs. Now, I understand it's a hardship on patients who have a lot of out-of-pocket costs related to these drugs, but that's more a problem with the structure of insurance plans that leave patients on the hook for a lot of catastrophic costs.
We're talking to Dr. Scott Gottlieb. He's a practicing physician and a resident fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. Dr. Gottlieb, as a practicing physician, what is your experience as Obamacare is further and further inculcated into our daily lives? What is your experience with access to these life-saving drugs and the associated costs for Americans under Obamacare?
Well, I think that if you look at the Obamacare plans, I would say they're hollowed out insurance plans. I mean, they don't cover a lot of things. In fact, if you listen to the insurance companies refer to the Obamacare plans as Medicaid Plus. So they fully admit that they're Medicaid-like plans, meaning that they don't cover a lot of things. And that's what I've seen in my clinical practice. Patients are uncovered for a lot of these things. And that's part of the problem with the drugs, in that these formularies, these drug formulators on the Obamacare plans don't cover a lot of these important, expensive medicines. And that's why I think you're seeing this drug price controversy pop up again, because more and more patients are finding themselves underinsured for expensive medicines.
Underinsured under Obamacare for expensive medicine.
Yes.
That's an important point. All right. Dr. Scott Gottlieb, resident fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate your time.
Thanks a lot.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Today, plenty of sunshine, breezy, a high of 59 degrees tonight for Dan's fashion show to benefit Rush Hospital. He'll be walking the catwalk. It will be breezy.
Old hat to me.
Yeah. A low of 48. Is it outdoors or indoors? Okay.
The after party, maybe.
Yeah.
Take it to the street.
And then tomorrow, breezy, mostly sunny skies for your second day of October. That's right. Today's October 1st, folks. Tomorrow we'll have a high of 61 degrees. Let's get the travel times, and here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. Eden's inbound delays start at Niles Center. 34 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 32. The Kennedy, 50 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 57. Really jammed Ohio to Sayre. Even on Eisenhower, now an hour and 3 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 41 minutes. Stevenson, 56 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Bryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive is bottled up. Southbound, Bryn Mawr to Fullerton. Northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Tri-State southbound now stop and go, 120 to 137. Northbound, 115th to the Hinsdale Oasis and Roosevelt to Grand Avenue. The other tollways also have significant delays. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I'm going to have to get out of my capri pants from the fashion show and go right over to the UC to make that 7 o'clock tip.
Yeah, Maccabi versus...
Maccabee.
Versus...
Milan.
Armani Milan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 7 o'clock tip off.
And you're sitting in the Tal Brody booth opposite Lou Boudreau and Gabe Karimi, right?
Exactly.
I'm going to see how many Jewish athletes I can name during this 4-hour show. So often on this 4-hour show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. And on this show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website along with the Illinois Opportunity Project called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find info that will inform the policy discussions we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. We challenge accepted orthodoxies and debunk the faulty premises that inform some of the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. Speaking of against the current, check out this week's edition of that long-form interview series we're doing with LocalLabs.com CEO Brian Timponi on the future of media in the 21st century. At Upstream, we ask, why are the conditions the way they are, and how can those conditions be improved? So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new info to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
To all commercial and industrial property owners, building managers, and roof consultants in Chicagoland, Waukegan Roofing says thank you. The Waukegan Roofing team knows you have a lot of choices when it comes to choosing a commercial and industrial roofing contractor. Navigating those options can be overwhelming because choosing a roofer you can trust is a big decision. For more than 100 years, Waukegan Roofing has been installing roofs you can rely on all over Chicagoland, and they couldn't have done it without you. It's because of your continued trust and support that they have become one of the oldest, most trusted contractors in the Chicagoland area. And for that, they thank you, Chicago. So if your building has an old roof in need of repair or replacement, or if you need a service and maintenance program to keep your roof performing at its peak level, Waukegan Roofing is ready to put their 100-plus years of experience to work for you. Let them protect you for the next 100 years. Call today at 847-623-1625 or visit WaukeganRoofing.com. Waukegan Roofing, 101 years installing roofs you can rely on. Thank you, Chicago.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If acquiring a new language excites you more than acquiring more stuff, then wait until you hear this. As part of its biggest language learning event in history, Rosetta Stone is giving away demos of its powerful language learning software absolutely free. For your free demo, call 1-800-600-0571. And Rosetta Stone has made language learning more convenient than ever. Learn on your computer or iPad, then practice on the go with your smartphone or MP3 player without ever opening a book or memorizing boring vocabulary again. Do you want more stuff, or do you want a language that will last a lifetime? After all, it's all about priorities. To try a free demo of this powerful language learning software, call 1-800-600-0571. Again, get your free demo now. 1-800-600-0571. That's 1-800-600-0571.
AM 560, The Answer.
Teachers' unions don't protect bad teachers, Amy. That's what we're always told.
Well, I beg to differ.
We talked about this guy before.
Oh, yeah, he's setting records, Dan.
So we want to close the loop on the outcome of his case. We're talking about Arnold Anderson, who's a math teacher at Roosevelt Elementary School.
Third grade math, too.
In New Jersey.
That's important to note.
I
could take his class.
Yeah. If he shows up, that's the problem.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
See, the if he shows up part is the problem. He has been late to work teaching math at that elementary school in New Jersey 111 times over the past 2 school years. Wow. 46 times with 16 late punch-ins of 5 minutes or more during the 2013-2014 school year. Previous year, 65 times.
And the reason, though, why he says he's late is just... Really, it's laughable.
What are you talking about?
Well, he says he's late, Dan, because he has a bad habit of eating breakfast in the morning, and while he's eating, he somehow loses track of time.
Wait a second. Excuse me, breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
But this
so you want him, fully
loaded to
fueled,
go. Yeah,
and ready to teach those young minds at Roosevelt Elementary.
Yeah, so he told the Associated Press that he had to cut out eating breakfast at home.
Yeah, boy.
And that's the reason why he's late.
That's really going to put a crimp in his lifestyle he finances by the $90,000 he earns as a third grade teacher at Roosevelt Elementary School. That doesn't include the benefits. He has tenure, so it turns out just terminating him straight away kind of difficult. So it's not like in your job if you're late maybe 111 times in 2 years.
I was late once, all right?
Yeah.
And it was a bad one.
I think most people, but they probably, over the course of 2 years, they probably wouldn't get to 111 times being late and still maintain their job.
I'd actually
I'm just I'm just guessing.
Try to be that late. But this is just a graphic example of how unions protect bad teachers. And that's what I love about our principal at Blaine. He doesn't care about the union. He sat in every class last year and he got rid of a few teachers that weren't performing well, and one was tardy, and he got rid of them.
Mm-hmm. So they went to teach somewhere else in CPS, undoubtedly. The arbitrator in this matter found, and I'm quoting,
an arbitrator.
There is no doubt that the district has proven conduct unbecoming chronic tardiness, which is bad English. So let's get an arbitrator that speaks English. First and foremost, that's part of the... I think the arbitrator also has tenure and was late to the arbitration because he was eating breakfast.
Is this an article typo, or is that what the arbitrator said?
That's the quote.
Okay.
So I think what he's trying to say is the district has proven their case that he is chronically tardy, meaning Mr. Anderson there, the third grade teacher, and it is unbecoming a teacher. Here's the problem.
Oh, this is great.
He didn't receive a formal notice, and he didn't have the mandatory 90-day period to endeavor to correct those inefficiencies. He just had 2 years. He didn't know. He
was not fairly warned.
He wasn't warned that if you're late, say, 111 times over 2 years, that could be cause for termination. How is he supposed to know that, Amy, if no one tells him?
What kind of message does this send to the kiddies?
I'll tell you what kind of message it sends. Go to private school.
Looks like me and Vincent caught you boys at breakfast. Sorry about that. What you having?
Hamburgers.
Hamburgers! The cornerstone of any nutritious breakfast.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Missing teeth can cause embarrassing gaps in your smile. They can even cause problems with chewing or talking. You probably feel self-conscious, and maybe you've been considering dental implants for a while, but you have concerns. Don't let fear stand in your way to gaining your beautiful smile back. Dr. Joel Akrush and his caring team at Artistic Dentistry understands that most people don't like to go to the dentist. For the last 23 years, Dr. Akrush has helped ease the concerns of more than 11,000 satisfied patients. He focuses on creating custom dental implants that look just like your natural teeth. The entire procedure is completed at one location with one doctor. Artistic Dentistry uses a state-of-the-art CBCT scan, which allows Dr. Akrush to customize your smile with precision planning, allowing for immediate use and quick healing. Get the smile you've always wanted. Call Artistic Dentistry now at 708-301-6060 or log on to donewithdentures.com. That's donewithdentures.com. Artistic Dentistry, serving the south and southwest suburbs for more than 23 years.
AM 560 has a brand new mobile app, and it can do some amazing things. You can download podcasts of this show straight from the app. You can set an alarm to wake up to the show every morning. And, of course, you can listen to AM 560 wherever you are, right on that mobile app. And if you download or upgrade to the new mobile app between now and October 9th, you will be able to enter to win an all-expenses-paid trip to beautiful Cancun, Mexico for a week-long stay at the Secrets The Vine all-inclusive resort, courtesy of our good friends over at Apple Vacations. Now, to get the app for your mobile device so you can register to win the trip, go to 560theanswer.com/mobile. That's 560theanswer.com/mobile and download Paradise. It's available for both Apple and Android-powered devices, presented by Permaseal Basement Systems.
America has a serious narcotics problem. 90% of the world's narcotics are taken by Americans. They have a place, but when you're dealing with chronic pain, pain that doesn't go away or which frequently returns, there is a better way. You're masking the pain. We help you find and deal with the source of the chronic pain to get real relief. This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in pain. Our team are national leaders and we're educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. Contact us. We will help you. You don't have to live with chronic pain. We treat all pain. We don't mask it with painkillers and narcotics that are not good for you and which can be addictive. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
True or false? Huntington Learning Center franchise owners earn revenues 61% higher than their closest competitor.
True!
True or false? You can start a Huntington franchise for under $100,000.
True!
True or false? Huntington is a respected national tutoring and test prep leader with almost 4 decades of proven results.
True!
It's true. Opening a Huntington Learning Center franchise is the perfect opportunity to run a business that's both personally and financially rewarding. No previous educational experience required. Our model is simple. We provide you with our winning formula for student success, in-house financing, and ongoing support. You help students from K through 12 achieve outstanding academic results. And in turn, you score phenomenal financial returns. If you're passionate about making a difference and dream of owning a successful business, call 855-823-0000 or visit huntingtonfranchise.com to join the nation's top earning tutoring and test prep franchise. That's 855-823-0000.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Michael Rubin from the American Enterprise Institute will tell us if we should prepare for global thermonuclear war at 8:08.
And how a hurricane could ruin Ben Carson's presidential bid. We'll explain. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, students out of class in McHenry High School District 156 will tell you why. We may get an update by authorities as the probe into the Fox Lake officer's death widens and continues. White Sox beaten by the Royals, Cubs over the Reds. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. It's been pouring rain up and down the East Coast. The rain you're hearing there flooded streets in Portland, Maine. They also got drenched in South Carolina, where flooding killed one person in Spartanburg when cars were submerged early this morning. This is before a potential hurricane strike. Fox News Radio's Evan Brown's tracking Joaquin live.
Dave, Hurricane Joaquin is a Category 3 storm. That means winds of 120 miles an hour, and it's tearing through the Bahamas. Much of the forecasting shows a turn to the north, and that could mean a landfall on the northern Atlantic coast in the U.S.
And we cannot rule out the possibility of a hurricane landfall in the Carolinas. In fact, a hurricane watch for a portion of the U.S. coast could be required as early as tonight.
Dennis Feltgen at the National Hurricane Center. Now would be the time to get your supplies and affairs in order, Dave.
Evan, Russia's president claims they're cooperating. Their airstrikes in Syria with the Pentagon. But the U.S. and our allies are worried as more bombs fall today. Fox News Radio's Jessica Gallagher live in our Middle East Bureau.
Dave, Russia's defense ministry maintaining it damaged or destroyed 12 ISIS targets, including 2 ammunition depots and a command center. The Britain-based Syrian Observatory for Human Rights claiming targets include Tamaju Aliza, a rebel group backed by the U.S. Moscow acknowledged other unidentified groups were being targeted in the airstrikes. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia is demanding Moscow end its operations in Syria, adding ISIS wasn't present in Moscow's some 20 targets Wednesday. Dave.
Jessica, newly released emails from when Democratic presidential candidate Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State show Russian hackers tried to trick her.
They emailed Clinton on her private server at least 5 times under the guise of speeding tickets she needed to print out. It's unclear if Clinton ever did click on the links. The malware in the emails would have been able to monitor communications, steal data.
That's Fox's Will Carr. More than 200 of those emails were also retroactively labeled classified. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
54 degrees at 8:02 on AM 560 The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Students out of class at a suburban school district. Teachers on the picket lines after walking away from negotiations late last night. McHenry High School District 156 teachers on strike after making no progress in last-ditch talks with the school board idling 2,500 students. Those negotiations began in March, then broke down and entered federal mediation. Chicago coming off a month that saw a lot of violence. Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy says something has to change.
Time and time again, it's the same pattern over and over again. Until such time that they're held accountable, we could make 1 billion gun arrests a year, and it's not going to make a difference.
Chicago Tribune reports through Tuesday night of this week, the city recorded 60 homicides in September, the most in any September since 2002. The Transportation Department's Inspector General has determined the FAA contingency plan and security protocol were insufficient at an air traffic control facility in Aurora that was set on fire last year. The Inspector General's report says the FAA's plan was so bad, the agency reverted to an outdated 2008 plan. The fire at the Aurora facility forced O'Hare and Midway to close and disrupted air traffic nationwide. A decision is not expected until early next year on whether two 13-year-old Wisconsin girls should be tried as adults on charges of attempting to kill a classmate. The judge in the Slenderman case stayed the case against the two girls until a state appeals court can hear more arguments. Chicago sports: Cubs over Cincinnati 10-3. Kansas City beat the White Sox 5-3-10. The news, a service of TCF Bank. No matter if your small business is just starting out or if you need help to grow, TCF is in rhythm with your goals. TCF Bank offers flexible business solutions to help improve your bottom line. Learn more. Visit the new tcfbank.com. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network, here's Pat O'Neill.
From the Fox Business Network, stock futures are in the green as the last quarter of the year kicks off. Investors are waiting for a host of reports out this morning, including construction spending and weekly unemployment benefit claims. The expectation is that they rose to 270,000. U.S. markets ended the worst quarter in 4 years yesterday, while the world economy lost momentum in September, weighed down by China's shrinking factory sector and a slight weakening in the Eurozone's manufacturing growth. Iran is inviting foreign investors to actively develop its energy industry, this after the implementation of a historic nuclear deal between Tehran and 6 global powers. And Paris trying to stub out a problem with cigarette butts. 350 tons of them littering streets each year. Starting today, anyone caught flicking their butt onto the sidewalk will be ticketed, the equivalent of $76. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Lillian Wu.
Lillian, thank you. 8:05 in Chicago. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The FICO score is not really even a good indication that you pay your debts back.
Dave Ramsey.
What it's an indication of is, do you love debt? And are you planning on staying in debt continually, forever? If you're running around trying to build your FICO score and you call that winning with money, you're stupid. Was I unclear? I hope not. Because you're not winning with money. That's the point.
It's the Dave Ramsey Show, tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
What do Fortune 500 companies do when they need to find new workspace? They call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES. With Regis, you can easily expand today and get your people up and running tomorrow. With fully furnished, tech-powered co-working spaces, offices, and admin support, Regis manages the details so you can focus on your business. Short-term, long-term, all on your terms. Regis makes it easy and affordable. Call Regis now at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
8:06 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get the very latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Edens has delays starting at Pratt. It's 37 minutes from Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 29. The Kennedy 50 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 50 as well. The Eisenhower now an hour and 15 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. 56 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 41 to Thorndale. Stevenson is 56 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 36. Ryan 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound stop and go 21 to 120 with a traffic stop on the left shoulder. Northbound jammed 111th most of the way to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue, eastbound Adams Tollway stop and go Beverly to 53. Reagan Tollway slow 31 most of the way to Naperville Road, and then York to the Tri-State. Veterans Memorial slow I-55 most of the way to St. Charles and Lake Street to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, partly sunny and breezy. High 59.
breezy tonight with patchy clouds, low 48. Remaining breezy tomorrow with partial sunshine, high 61 and a low 48. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
53 at O'Hare. Next news at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig Bolanos. Heard Sunday mornings at 10.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
A stunning turn today in Syria. Russian airstrikes coming just 2 days after the war in Syria was topic A for Presidents Obama and Putin at the UN. But the question this evening is whether Russia is targeting ISIS or Syrian rebels supported by the U.S., adding to anxiety surrounding one of the most dangerous places on earth.
Putin is on a roll. This guy is good, and we've got a pixie dust president who still thinks he can say something 3 times and make it come true.
Today, so many questions about what happened behind those doors in Washington. That secret meeting with controversial Kentucky clerk Kim Davis.
It was really very humbling to even think that he would want to, meet me or know me.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson.
Good morning.
Good morning. We've got
lots going on.
Dr. Putin, how I learned to stop worrying and enjoy Russian bombing of Syria. That is ongoing. Russia saying their airstrikes are targeting ISIS. They're lying. What else is new? Putin's lying. Here was Lieutenant...
Well, could they have made a mistake? Could they have, accidentally bombed the wrong part of the village yesterday near Homs? Because what they targeted was a CIA-backed rebel group that we trained and we paid to arm them.
Yeah, that was what was happening yesterday. It's continuing today. It is to eradicate any element other than ISIS and Assad, to make the world choose between the two, the world starting with us. Listen to what LTC, retired Lieutenant Colonel Ralph Peters, had to say yesterday in terms of the pixie dust president we have.
Well, for now we'll continue to fly, but make no mistake, Putin thinks Obama is so weak that I believe that Putin would not be reluctant to shoot down a U.S. drone as a warning and possibly even bring down a U.S. manned aircraft, knowing Obama would not respond militarily. Putin would say, it's all an accident, it's a misunderstanding, we need to deconflict, you need to get out of the airspace. And Putin is on a roll. And by the way, Bill, he is not hitting Islamic State. That's his line. Got to defeat Islamic State. He's hitting the opposition in between the Islamic State and Assad's government. And it's transparent. He wants to wipe out all of the opposition to Assad except Islamic State, leaving us with a stark choice, leaving the world with a stark choice: support Assad or support Islamic State. This guy is good, and we've got a pixie dust president who still thinks he can say something 3 times and make it come true.
Well, and I'll tell you what, I mean, why should we be surprised at all? Putin said almost explicitly that this was what he was going to do in the interview he did with Charlie Rose on 60 Minutes on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
He specifically talked about essentially maintaining the Assad regime and telling the U.S., both during that interview and during his speech to the UN General Assembly, to back off.
Yeah, I mean, he has planned this out perfectly, doing the 60 Minutes interview before arriving in New York to speak before the UN, and he knows exactly what he's doing. The problem is our president still doesn't have a plan. And
lest you think this is just, Fox News being an anti-President Obama, listen to what the Supreme Allied Commander for NATO, Philip Breedlove, had to say to frankly buttress the point that was made by LTC Ralph Peters.
We see some very sophisticated air defenses going into these airfields. We see some very sophisticated air-to-air aircraft going into these airfields. I have not seen ISIL flying any airplanes that require SA-15s or SA-22s. I have not seen ISIL flying any airplanes that require sophisticated air-to-air capabilities. These very sophisticated air defense capabilities are not about ISIL. They're about something else.
Something else. And we're now joined by our friend Michael Rubin from the American Enterprise Institute, former Pentagon official and a Middle East expert. Michael Rubin, thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me.
So when should we start preparing for a global thermonuclear war?
About 5 or 6 years ago. I mean, we don't need to go that far. I have seen War Games. I'm a huge fan of the movie, at least the original movie. But, we've got to make sure that, well, let me put it this way. The questions I have is, was the intelligence wrong about what Vladimir Putin's intentions were, or did Obama simply ignore it? Either way, that's a major scandal in the United States, one that should lead ultimately to resignations. But, this isn't just about Syria. If this is about Georgia, this is about Ukraine, and if our red lines are basically, as Ralph Peters said, made of pixie dust, then ultimately we've got to prepare for Russia moving into Estonia and NATO. This is a global conflict, and we can't simply talk it away like John Kerry may want to.
Well, let's focus on the area that was targeted yesterday by those Russian fighter pilots. It was outside of Homs, and there's no ISIS fighters even near there. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. And, this is the same situation that we have also with Turkey, where they say they're going to fight the Islamic State. We celebrate that, and then they hit the moderate Kurds. The Russians are hitting the moderate Syrians, and, this is all in defense of Assad, because Assad fears much more a moderate opposition than he does the Islamic State. Consider that before we started our airstrikes in Syria in 2014, the only people running an air force over Syrian airspace were the Syrians, and rather than bombing the Islamic State capital at Raqqa, they were just dropping barrel bombs on civilians.
And so what the prospect of Russian forces on the ground in Syria and how that further complicates the region?
Well, it only complicates it in much as we want to deconflict. I mean, if the Russians want to put themselves in harm's way, so be it. I don't think we need to be all that deferential to the Russians. Again, in Pskov, which is up near the Baltics, it's like the equivalent of Fort Bragg. It's where the Russian special forces are. They have 2,000 fresh graves there from the Ukraine. If you start having fresh graves come from this 150,000 that the Russians have just drafted, that's ultimately going to lead to a huge amount of domestic pressure in Russia. I don't think we need to worry about Russian public opinion more than American credibility.
Well, what's Putin's end game here? When's he going to stop?
Well, Putin's not going to look. The basic rule that Obama has never understood is that rogues and dictators don't stop unless you push back. You can't just smile nicely at them across the diplomatic table. For rogue leaders, diplomacy is just an asymmetric warfare strategy. You convince the naive Americans that you're going to do right, and then you do whatever you want as you put this wool over their eyes. Ultimately, we've got to realize that Russia isn't going to stop. China isn't going to stop. Iran isn't going to stop until they see some sort of pushback. But the real tragedy here is you've got to be crazy to ally with the United States, because think of everyone who's trusted the United States over the last 10 years and what we've done to them.
I thought it was interesting what Ash Carter had to say yesterday, perhaps one voice of reason or reasonableness in the administration, is suggesting that, when Vladimir Putin says something and then he does it, I mean, I believe what he says. Maybe that's a posture we should take with all of these dictators, these autocrats you're talking about. When Rouhani says something, he means it. When Putin says something, he means it, and they're going to pursue it unless we, and perhaps with a coalition in certain circumstances, do something to prevent them from pursuing it.
Well, if we just flip that logic on the side, I have no problem with the Americans having credibility, with American presidents giving red lines, but we shouldn't do it more than once every 25 years. And if we do it, we've got to back it up. What we have are dictators doing what they say they're going to do, and Americans betraying their allies at every opportunity.
And so what about the saber-rattling by Mahmoud Abbas, the head of the Palestinian Authority, suggesting Oslo Accords are no longer in effect? I know this is something that he has intimated previously. Is this just looking for attention, or is this seizing an opportunity with a weak United States president?
Well, it's seizing an opportunity. He's hoping that the Americans will bail him out, because part of the Oslo Accords is all the revenue sharing that they get with the Israelis, all the security cooperation. The only reason why the Palestinian Authority is in the West Bank, and if you want to say in Syria, Gaza, is because of the Oslo Accord. So if they're tearing that up, the Israelis would be within their legal rights simply to expel all the Palestinian leaders back to Tunisia, to Lebanon, or wherever. I don't think the Israelis are going to do it, but Mahmoud Abbas, who of course is currently serving the 11th year of his 4-year presidency, is trying to bluff.
That's good. Back to what's going on with Russia real quick, though. The Defense Secretary, Ash Carter, came out saying, we are going to continue having talks with Russia. Why are we still even speaking with them?
Well, ultimately, hey, there's no problem with having talks. But talks are only one aspect of diplomacy. You need credibility to back it up. We should be arming the Ukrainians, arming the Estonians, arming people that are willing to take on the Russians, and we should be bombing Assad targets ourselves just to show the Russians that two can play at this game. Unless we use all the arrows in our quiver, we're going to achieve nothing.
But, is there any sense, in your opinion, to just standing back and letting these forces in Syria, including the Assad regime backed by Russia, play itself out and see what the pieces look like when it's all said and done?
Well, that seems to be the effect of U.S. policy, but the way I tend to see it is that if we go back to 2011, it's almost as if we diagnosed the cancer at stage 1, we hemmed and hawed until it metastasized to stage 4, then we're talking about prescribing an aspirin. And ultimately, when we talk about the hands-off approach that so many American realists, so many isolationists want to push forward, what we're seeing is Syria, and we see that when you allow that to spread, it will, and now we have Libya destabilized, we have the Islamic State in the Sinai Peninsula, and so forth.
All right. He is Michael Rubin, former Pentagon official, Middle East expert, resident at the American Enterprise Institute. Michael Rubin, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
Shall we play a game?
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine today, a few high clouds. It will be breezy, high only in the upper 50s. Then tonight into the 40s we go, 48 for a low. And Friday, breezy, partly sunny skies, a little bit warmer, highs in the lower 60s. Let's get the travel times and say hello again to Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy. Eden's inbound slow. Pratt to the junction, 37 minutes. Like Cook to Montrose outbound 29. The Kennedy with delays starting at Canfield. 53 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 42. The Eisenhower's an hour and 15 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Jammed North Avenue most of the way to Western. Outbound 41 minutes. Stevenson 56 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Bryan now 30 minutes. 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive delays southbound Bryn Mawr to Fullerton, northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State is slow 87th, most of the way to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Adams Tollway bottled up 59 to 53. There are delays on the Reagan Tollway from 31 to 59. And the Veterans Memorial from I-55 most of the way to St. Charles and Army Trail to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Got a great night's sleep last night. It was hard to tear away from my pillow because I sleep on it every night. I'm addicted to mine. And we want to thank all of our listeners who have purchased thousands of My Pillows over the last 18 months and are enjoying your best sleep ever. But that still leaves thousands of you who haven't taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. What are you waiting for? It is so very important to get a great night's sleep. So don't wait any longer. You could keep one for yourself, then give the gift of a great night's sleep by giving a pillow over to one of your friends for a birthday, maybe an anniversary. My Pillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies. It's washable and it keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. American made, 10-year warranty on that bad boy. So go to MyPillow.com, type Amy in the promo code for the buy one, get one free offer, MyPillow.com, or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I have a very mild version of MS. I couldn't afford the medication from the doctor's office, and I thought, let's try to fight this a little different way. Since I've been on it, I've only had one episode.
So as soon as I got it, I took some. I normally take it in the morning, so
just with that period of time, I'm definitely seeing improvement again. Really amazing. So I'm probably going to get my daughter on it.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
This is Michelle DeVal from DeVal Jewelers. I'm thrilled to tell you about our great selection and prices on stackables, bracelets, mother's rings, and of course our amazing choice of diamond and gold jewelry. Go ahead, Dennis. You're anxious to say something.
It's also gratifying when listeners come in and remember Reno, Donna, and of course yours truly from our Belmont Central store in the old neighborhood. And don't let me forget to mention our GIA and EGL diamonds at amazing internet prices.
Whether you're a previous customer or a new one, we have been Chicagoland's family jeweler for over 100 years. We take pride in having the perfect jewelry selection for every budget and taste preference.
And no matter where you live in Chicagoland, we are easy to get to and worth the drive. DeVal Jewelers is just south of the Kennedy on Harlem in Harwood Heights. Call us at 708-867-8200.
That's 708-867-8200, and our website is DAVALLE.com.
DeVal Jewelers, more bling
and less sting.
Let freedom ring this afternoon at 2 with Sean Hannity, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Welcome back. Yesterday, watching appointment television, watching the nightly news and World News Now and all that, and they caught up with Ben Carson, this new reporter there at ABC. I can't remember his name. Alam Salmon's his name, I think.
What?
I think I just butchered his name. Tom Yan Salmon. And he caught up with Ben Carson because, the eastern seaboard is bracing itself for what could be a catastrophic hurricane. It's a Category 3 right now, and that's the same force that Hurricane Sandy was. So this reporter, it wasn't a gotcha question. He just said, hey, we have this hurricane that's about to hit maybe New York, maybe New Jersey. We're not sure where. What would you do as president of the United States to prepare for this hurricane? And this was Ben Carson's answer.
If you were actually in the White House, what would be your first step?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
And he laughed it off. I mean, he looked so unpresidential to me.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no, I'm telling you, he's off my list. I know that I've thought that, he's the smartest. Well, he's smart. He's compassionate. My mom is pulling for him. That's who she would vote for today if she could. But and
is everything an issue for the president? Is everything a federal issue? I mean, yeah, he could have said, deploy FEMA to do what FEMA does, which is work with state and local authorities to prepare for the storm and to work in affected areas for cleanup and any other federal support that's provided under the existing infrastructure. He could have given some political answer like that.
Well, why aren't you his advisor?
I mean, it's just the president has to know everything about everything. Has to have some canned response about every possible agency in the human condition.
He should, because Jeb Bush's response was a lot more mature.
Well, Jeb Bush was the governor of Florida.
Yeah,
he's been through it.
Yeah, he's been through 6 hurricanes during his time. But 11 people died during Hurricane Sandy. It was probably the most destructive hurricane.
I know. We should have
$75 billion in damage.
Have politicians that can prevent bad weather. That's what we should rely on them for next. We don't defer enough responsibility to politicians and faraway government to create heaven on earth for us here. We should have them in charge of the weather, too. Didn't we just elect a guy who we thought was going to make the waters recede? How'd that work
Well, he could walk on water. No, I'm just saying that I'm not ready for another experiment. I'm not ready for somebody who hasn't governed before to be the president. He just didn't seem fit to lead to me. And I know that he's got all these, accomplishments, and he's smart and compassionate, and he is likable. And during the debates, I just want to get up on stage and hug him and say, I agree with you, but that doesn't mean that he's fit to lead. And I'm not in the mood for another experiment in the White House. That's all I'm saying. So I scratched him off my list.
So what about Carly? She would be an experiment.
She would be, but she seems more polished and refined.
So you are ready for an experiment in the White House?
Well, no, I'm not. I'm not casting my vote for Carly either. I don't know who I'm going to vote for. Jeb Bush, if he wakes up and gets some energy, maybe Jeb Bush. I'm still candidate shopping. What about you? Have you decided yet?
I'm going to go.
Or are you still grieving from Scott?
I'm going to go with Bernie Sanders, I think. Bill in Northbrook, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Bill.
why are they worried about Ben Carson and this silly hurricane? This guy's been in the White House 7 years. He still don't know what to do in the Middle East.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Bill. I mean, just one point of order for Republican primary voters. Can we stop comparing this field of, 15 candidates left to President Obama? That is not the first order comparison. The comparison is Republican candidates to other Republican candidates in terms of who should be our nominee. We concede the point that President Obama is a failed president. That's not the question. The question is who should be the Republican standard bearer. So please compare to the competitive field at bar. Kurt in Park Ridge.
Amy was just saying 11 people died during Sandy. How many people got killed by guns in Chicago last month? I mean, and I'm not saying by guns, by gang members. I mean, it wasn't the guns that killed them. It was the gang members.
It's about 60.
You can't compare.
Yeah, so, I mean, was it Hurricane Chirac?
Yeah, right. Thanks for the call, Kurt.
I don't know. I just thought it was a presidential. It was a moment for him to show that he could lead and be a leader, and he just brushed it off like, nah, I don't have a plan.
I think
and walked away.
What's interesting about Carson is to some extent the humility he has, where he doesn't pretend to know everything, and he doesn't feel the need to have to kind of blather on about every topic that's presented. I mean, I understand what you're saying about kind of sounding dismissive, and he could have given something, but that 8-second moment, I think, hardly defines his campaign to this point.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Are you or someone you know facing foreclosure, losing the family home? You'd be not alone. See, people, we are in the aftermath of what is being revealed to have been the greatest financial crime spree in history, perpetrated by the Wall Street investment banks smuggling and packaging mortgages, and continuing this day by the mortgage servicers that service those mortgages. I'm Lou Bridges. I have a law firm I put together. We defend foreclosure actions. We help people do strategic defaults, short sales, and modifications that include restructuring. Call us for a free consultation. We'll tell you what to look for in hiring a foreclosure defense attorney. We'll tell you some of your options. We'll give you a free consultation. But whatever you do, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, and I guarantee you'll never be alone.
Call 224-513-1231 or visit FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. That's 224-513-1231 or FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. Get real answers from a real foreclosure defense law firm.
Can you recognize the signs of structural foundation problems? As fall approaches, many homeowners across the Chicagoland area are experiencing the symptoms of structural foundation issues. I have such a hard time with that word. Have you noticed doors or windows that no longer shut properly? Are there new cracks in your drywall or exterior brick? Are your floors uneven? Well, these are indicators that could be a sign of damage to your home's foundation. Now, before you go and pay an expensive consultant just to determine the problem, call Permaseal at 800-421-SEAL, S-E-A-L, for a free inspection. One of their certified consultants will thoroughly evaluate your foundation and offer a permanent solution. For over 36 years, Permaseal has been committed to providing quality, proven products, and superior customer service that you deserve. Call Permaseal today at 800-421-SEAL. Their certified consultants will perform a complete professional inspection absolutely free of charge. When the work is done, you'll have a transferable warranty along with the priceless peace of mind. That number again, 800-421-SEAL, or visit permaseal.net.
AM 560, The Answer.
Oh, yeah. Rock you like a hurricane. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Chicago City Clerk Susana Mendoza has a new and exciting fee to impose on realtors. I wonder what the Illinois Realtors Association has to say about that, but she'll join us to talk about that, Tiny Dancer's budget, and her race for Illinois Comptroller. At 8:38.
And then wedding guests that don't show up, should they get sent a bill? Love that idea. We'll have the details. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello again to Mike Scott.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Dan. 54 degrees outside. We have some sunshine right now, and Hurricane Joaquin getting ready to batter the East Coast. It's a Category 3 hurricane, storm packing 120 mile an hour winds right now just east of the Bahamas. Forecasters right now flipping a coin. It will either hit North Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, or perhaps not swing into the East Coast at all. Arizona Senator John McCain says Russian airstrikes had trained U.S. rebels in Syria.
I'm not against the president speaking with Putin, but when the Secretary of State calls the foreign minister of Russia 3 times to try to find out what Russia is doing, what is that?
The chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee telling CNN this morning the Free Syrian Army recruits were trained by the CIA and hit in wave 1 of the attacks. Democrat presidential candidate Bernie Sanders is hitting the political donation lottery. The Vermont senator's campaign says it's collected more than 1 million donations, hitting the goal faster than any other presidential candidate. Sanders' average donation is less than $25. There will be no government shutdown, at least for now.
This is a responsible measure that prevents a harmful government shutdown while allowing time for a larger budget agreement to be reached.
Kentucky Republican Hal Rogers says the government remains funded through December 11. Students are out of class at a suburban high school district. Teachers walking picket lines at McHenry High District 156. Strike putting 2,500 students out of school. Negotiations began in March and then broke down, then entered federal mediation. City officials and employees are raising concerns about Mayor Emanuel's plan to privatize Chicago's 311 call center. Emanuel suggesting last week the move could save the city around $1 million annually. There's labor harmony between the Chicago Symphony Orchestra and the CSO's board. Now that a new contract has been ratified, a new 3-year deal, reached with the help of a federal mediator, raises a total of 5% and an increase in pension benefits. Cubs over Cincinnati 10-3. KC beat the White Sox in 10, 5-3, and the news is a service of the Milwaukee Airport with all the major U.S. airlines, including Southwest, Delta, United American, U.S. Airways, Alaska, Frontier, OneJet, and Air Canada. Milwaukee is the O'Hare alternative. Visit flymke.com today. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher has found the definitive reason why people like Donald Trump.
The NBC poll that you announced yesterday was fantastic, and you didn't talk about that.
No, I meant to. Well, I tried to.
No, I'm just saying this.
Yeah.
Why aren't you talking about your own poll? Why are you showing a CNN poll?
And the crowd goes wild. This is what they like about the guy. This is the appeal of Donald Trump.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
The Chicago Wolves season opens Saturday, October 10th against the Milwaukee Admirals, part of the Amtrak rivalry. Tickets start at $11. For more info, visit ChicagoWolves.com. Chicago Wolves, hungry for more.
Hi, welcome to our open house.
Wow, I love this kitchen. Those granite countertops are gorgeous. I could really see us living here. I wonder if we could afford it.
Have you checked your credit score to see if you qualify for a mortgage?
No, I haven't. How do I do that?
You should join Credit Sesame to get your credit score. It's quick and easy to sign up, and it's absolutely free.
Yes, at Credit Sesame, we help turn your credit score into the key that unlocks the things you want, like that new home. We give you a free credit score and so much more. You get free credit monitoring and alerts, personal loan analysis and recommendations, money management tips and tools, all to save you money and help you reach your goals. Plus, identity theft protection. Absolutely free, no credit card required. Get your credit score in seconds. So do more with your score. Get started today. Visit joincreditsesame.com. That's joincreditsesame.com. joincreditsesame.com.
The news, a service of Flu Block. Bet you didn't know that you had a choice in flu vaccines. This season, choose Flu Block, the only flu vaccine free of things like formaldehyde, now available at Target and your local retailers like Roundy's and Mariano's pharmacies, or talk to your healthcare professional. Let's get an update on the road. ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Kennedy is slow from Harlem into downtown. It's an hour from O'Hare to the Burns Circle, 37 minutes from Montrose, 23 in the Express, outbound 38 minutes to the airport. Eden's 37 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 29. The Eisenhower is an hour and 15 minutes from Thorndale to Duluth, outbound 41 minutes. Stevenson, 56 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, low 87th to the Hinsdale Oasis. Ogden to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue, Adams Tollway stop and go 59 to 53. Reagan Tollway from the Aurora Toll Plaza to 59. Veterans Memorial northbound. Slow I-55 to the Reagan Tollway. Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Partly sunny, breezy. 59 today. Outside, we have mostly sunny skies and 54. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Live with Andrew Holmes. Get honest answers to your questions every Sunday at 12 noon.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Well, Dan and Amy, I want to go back in time a little bit.
Oh, the time machine.
It was a simpler time. It was a hopeful time.
We let kids walk to and from school.
It was what I said it was at the time, a fraudulent time. Here's Rahm Emanuel on election night, 2011. Talking about what he was going to do as a transformative mayor of the city of Chicago.
And we need to confront the budget deficit that threatens our future, not by burdening Chicago families with more taxes they cannot afford, but by reinventing city government so city government works for the taxpayers.
4.5 years later, is that what's happened? Is that what's happened? I don't know. I don't think so, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I've missed something. I am a Chicago resident. We'll put that question to Susanna Mendoza, who's a Chicago City Clerk. Thank you for joining us, Miss Mendoza.
Hey, good morning to you, too.
So the promise of Rahm from 2011, has that been lived up to?
Well, I think it's a pretty tough situation. Clearly, I would not want to be in his shoes right now. I wouldn't have wanted to be in his shoes 4 years ago.
Too small for you.
He's taken what'd you say? Oh, you're hilarious.
Thank you.
I am a soccer player, though, but I'm used to wearing cleats, so it's sometimes a tough sport, even though it shouldn't be. But, yeah, it's a difficult situation right now the mayor's facing, and there's no really easy choice for anyone, right? So it's too simple to just say it's, black and white. Of course, nobody likes to pay taxes and on any given day, no matter how great.
Well, it wasn't. It's that the paying taxes is part of it, but the other part of what he said is really important too. He was going to transform. He was going to reinvent city government. Is there evidence that city government has been reinvented in any material way? I think 4.5 years is enough of a probationary period.
Yeah, I can tell you, my office has been hands down. That's part of city government, and we've been able to do amazing things in just 4 years. I mean, all kidding aside, when I took office, and I don't know if you guys remember this, but Civic Federation, which I'm sure you're familiar with, Dan,
yes,
they put out a report saying that we should eliminate the clerk's office, just roll it into the larger city government, because it was a do-nothing office that didn't really produce what it could for the city, and that there's nothing our office did that the mayor's office or the rest of city government couldn't do better. And I really took that as a challenge, and I think we're all part of this city government. And we not only did transform our office, I mean, my office, and you probably don't know this, but every year that I've been clerk, we've come in under budget willingly. We reduced our overtime from what used to be $357,000 a year to this year we're almost under $50,000. Dramatically almost eliminated it. We call it no overtime in my office, actually. We're working with, we had a payroll of 106, and now we're down to 96. And my office, once we switched from that, remember that terrible seasonal June period of selling 1.3 million city stickers? And last year we finally transitioned the whole city into a year-round sticker system. We now produce about $5 million a year in extra revenue for the city without asking people to pay more, right? So I think nothing happens overnight, but certainly we each have a responsibility to try to make things better. And now the Civic Federation, instead of saying that they should eliminate our office, they just had me give their keynote last week, right? So things are moving full circle, but it takes time, and it is having to make some tough decisions and taking risks and making people perhaps a little bit uncomfortable with change. And but if it's for the better, it never happens overnight.
Well, you're making some changes. If you're a real estate agent trying to sell homes in the city, you've come up with this parking permit. And I heard you say, I think you were being interviewed on Channel 7, you said that you can tax them because they don't mind being taxed. Can you
No,
explain
I didn't
that?
say they don't. I did not say that. I never said they don't mind being taxed. What I said is that instead of going to people who are already paying for the most expensive city sticker in the nation and asking them to pay more, that we had an opportunity to work with the industry. They came to us. We negotiated this legislation with their full authorization and buy-in. And I think that that's how you should do stuff. You know, we're looking at an opportunity to provide realtors with the ability to be able to conduct their business without the worry and the very real situation of multiple tickets for trying to just do their business from 9 to 9 in what are existing residential zones that they're not allowed to park in. So they came to me. I didn't shut them out. I said, let's talk about this. This is actually a really good idea. We were not in the position because of our lack of a good technology infrastructure years ago to do this. But now that we're on a year-round sales system, that we no longer have lines at City Hall, that we actually built up the technology, we can actually sit down with entities like the realtors or other groups that might be interested and say, all right, let's talk about how we can make Chicago a better business climate for you. And how awesome that we could both agree that they're willing to pay a premium on a citywide residential zone that does not exist for anyone. And they believe that even at $500 a sticker and $800 for suburban realtors, that it's well worth the price and well worth their ability and what they want to do to be able to make Chicago a better place for selling homes.
And just to
so it's a win-win for everybody, right? I never said that they want to pay more taxes.
Just to be clear, though, the we that you work with, is that the Illinois Realtors Association, Chicago Realtors Association? Who's
so
the we?
Chicago Realtors Association, but
Okay.
all of them are in support. Yes.
Okay.
They're in huge support of it. They want
I think it's a great idea.
I want to go back to a bigger tax increase citywide. That is citywide. And that's property taxes. We already pay the highest property taxes in the nation in Illinois. Rahm proposed a $500 million property tax hike. $2 billion really over 4 years. But interestingly, and Greg Hines had this in Cranes yesterday, the special ingredient in the tax hike is tax relief, actually, for a majority of homeowners. So Chicago homeowners who have a home with that's worth less than $250,000 will actually see a reduction if he gets this extended homestead exemption that he wants. So is this a way to address unfunded city police and fire pension funds as he suggested when he rolled this out? Or is this just playing politics, kind of hitting people who, quote unquote, can afford it while giving relief to an important voting bloc?
Well, I would say that if he could avoid it, period, he would, right? So nobody wants to be the politician that has to put forth a property tax increase. So I don't think he's trying to play or score political points here. What he's trying to do is make sure that folks who can't afford to actually pay that increase, like legitimately, it's going to be the difference between them being able to make their heating and other bills, right, be able to continue to not be overly burdened. So we also don't know if this will even pass, right, because it has to go to Springfield, and as you know, things are pretty much at a deadlock over there. So, but I don't think he's trying to score political points. I think people have really genuinely shown concern that this is going to be potentially overburdensome for them, and nobody wants to hurt those people any more than they already are. And they're being,
Yeah, but my house appraises for a little bit more than that. Then I'd like to have it reappraised so it's down for $250, so I don't have to pay an increased property tax.
You.
Yeah, no, mine is too. Of course, I think all of us are in a similar situation that, like you and me and Dan, right, that we're going to get hit with the property tax increase. But honestly, I'd rather it be me than the mom who I know just simply cannot afford it. Might not even have a home if that's what this is
and
about.
What about with this garbage tax? I mean, aren't we being isn't it double taxation here? Because I thought my property taxes were going for garbage pickup.
Well, everybody could say that, right? So the suburbs right now, they also pay taxes, yet they also pay for garbage collection fees. So I think what they're trying to do, or from what I can see, is look at what surrounding suburbs do and other cities do. And what they've already done, we haven't done ever in the city of Chicago. So when these times are tough, I guess the alternative is it going to be a larger property tax, or do they try to spread it around in other ways? And so it's not an easy choice, right? It never is.
Nope.
We're talking to Susanna Mendoza. She's the city clerk, city of Chicago. We talked a little bit about pensions before. This was the predicate for this property tax increase, $20-30 billion unfunded pension liabilities for Chicago police and fire. Ms. Mendoza, you're a former state rep. You may not be city clerk much longer because I understand you're running for comptroller. You've already been endorsed by the AFL-CIO. And so what about leveling up the state of Illinois? You mentioned what you've done with your office. What about on pension matters, since that is the real budget driver at the city level and, at the state level, you're endorsed by the AFL-CIO. Are you going to be someone that's open to rethinking and restructuring our state and city pensions?
Well, I always have been, and I think if you look at my record, it speaks to one of always trying to create efficiencies and streamline where possible, but it's also with working with people at the table, right? I don't think you ever accomplish much of anything by just trying to ram stuff through without the input of the people that are affected. So, look, everybody recognizes that we are in a massive hole and that we've got some serious problems. And if folks that actually have pensions want them to continue to be there, we have to acknowledge that we have to fund them. And somehow we're going to have to come up with solutions to be able to do that. And again, it's not easy. None of these things are. Like I said, sometimes it really does feel like it's a blood sport. But we're at a point where we can't just say that it's rhetoric now. I mean, people are legitimately just a few years away from not having pensions. So clearly there has to be work done on this. But I think that everybody has to have a seat at the table.
Thanks for your time, Chicago City Clerk Susana Mendoza. Appreciate it.
Thanks, you guys. Have a great morning.
You too.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Your phone calls next, 312-642-5600. But first, here's your forecast. Plenty of sunshine, but it is breezy out there. Highs only in the upper 50s. Tonight into the 40s we go, and tomorrow a little bit warmer. Your Big Fun Friday looks like this. It's going to be breezy with partly sunny skies, a high of 61. Let's get the travel times and say hello again to Jim.
Thanks, Amy. Kennedy inbound now an hour and 2 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. The delays start at Harlem. Express lanes will save you about 5 minutes. Outbound 38 minutes downtown to the airport. The Edens inbound 39 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 22. The Eisenhower an hour and 10 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound just 32 minutes. Stevenson 56 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. It's fine outbound. The Rhine is 30 minutes. 95th to downtown. Delays on Lakeshore Drive are southbound Bryn Mawr to Fullerton. Northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State. Slow from the Stevenson to 47th. Ogden to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway jammed 59 to 53. Reagan Tollway slow approaching 59. Actually starting around the Aurora Toll Plaza. Veterans Memorial still very slow. I-55 to the Reagan Tollway. I'm Jim Talamonte. ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I wish this bag under my eye would just go away. If that sounds like you every day, you are not alone. Bags and puffiness under the eyes are a problem for millions of American men and women until now. Introducing the new Genucell serum with plant stem cell technology from Chamonix. They make this stuff with the stem cell from a Swiss apple. I use it. I love it. I've tried it. You should try it too if you want to get rid of the bags and puffiness. And with its instant effects, which is a separate product, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back. They guarantee it. So call now and save big on Genucell's risk-free introductory offer. The number is 800-525-8323, 800-525-8323. Call now and you'll get the amazing Esotique face cream as a special gift simply by placing your order. That number again, 800-525-8323, 800-525-8323.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796, or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
This is Dan Proft with an Upstream idea, brought to you in part by the Illinois Opportunity Project. 6,963. Illinois has 6,963 local units of government, meaning 6,963 taxing bodies, more than any other state in the nation, and it's not even close. Texas has the second most units of government with twice the population of Illinois, but with 25% fewer taxing bodies. So when politicians tell you that Illinois state income tax is about the middle of the pack nationally, they're characteristically not telling you the whole story. What they don't tell you is that you pay the highest real estate taxes in the country, something you may have guessed from a perusal of the number of taxing bodies listed on your property tax bill. The challenge in Illinois is not simply to reduce tax rates, but to reduce the number of taxing bodies. Most of the taxing bodies take a small cut that goes largely unnoticed, which goes to serve a concentrated minority interest of politicians and taxpayers, trumping the diffuse interests of the majority. And so the actual elimination of a layer of government is exceedingly rare. For more ideas like this, visit upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
All right, a lot of reaction to our interview with Chicago City Clerk Susana Mendoza. Alan in Mount Prospect.
Hey, you know, the discussion has to center around what's the highest cost of public sector, period. It's salaries. It's got to be. You've got one person after the next making low to mid six-figure salary, one after the next. I mean, you've got mailroom people making high five-figure salaries over there. I mean, there's no profits being produced by this sector, guys. How are we supposed to afford all of this stuff? If a private sector person makes $75,000 doing their job, the equivalent in the public sector should only be $45 to $50 grand a year, and that is because they get free benefits and lifetime cash flow benefits that the private sector does not get. When are we going to start waking up and tell these folks, you can't make this kind of money, you don't produce any profit?
Thanks for the call, Alan. Well, you heard Susana Mendoza. We're going to sit around the table and work it out. That's the plan. Dawn in Plainfield.
Hi, good morning. Listen, as a homeowner, I expect to have police and fire and teachers to teach my kids. And it's my responsibility to pay property taxes for that. My question is, what is the amount of people who utilize the fire and the police and the teachers and they don't pay a dime? If every single person who lived in a home paid property tax and didn't expect the government to pay for them, we would have a surplus of funds. And my other question is, I was looking at my property tax bill, which 70% of that is to provide for the teachers. If a child doesn't speak English, the school has to provide a teacher, a Spanish-speaking teacher for that child. Is that a federal-funded program or is that a state-funded program?
Thanks for the call, Don. Sorry, the answers are going to have to wait.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Here's Dr. Howard, formulator of Balance of Nature, an all-natural, 100% organic fruit and vegetable supplement.
Did you know 40% of all cancer could be prevented? That's a fact. Along with maintaining appropriate body weight and regular exercise, the American Institute for Cancer Research and the USDA confirm that eating 9 to 11 servings of fruits and vegetables every day is the key. Now ask yourself, am I at risk? How many servings of fruits and vegetables did I eat today? Balance of Nature has solved this problem and provides an easy and affordable way to consume over 10 servings of 31 different whole fruits and vegetables every day.
Get real today with Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code Chicago.
If you want to get out and have some fun, then you should go to ChicagoRadioDeals.com for a great night out on the town. You can see Denny Diamond. You could go to Comedy Sports Improv or get away and head to Wisconsin at the Schuster Mansion Bed and Breakfast. Check in every week for fun and adventure with your family and friends only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
What could you do with an extra $500, $1,000, or even $1,500 per month? How would that change things for you? Would you buy a new car, pay off bills, or just feel a bit more secure about your retirement? What if I told you there may be a way to make your dreams a reality? I'm talking about trading and investing in the market. Now, before you say, oh no, that's not for me, just hear me out. I want to invite you to a free trading and investing class so you can check this out. And right now, if you call in and mention Offer Radio 50, Online Trading Academy will comp the class and even send you home with a free $247 home study program. Call right now and reserve your seat while space is still available. Call 888-601-TRADE. Call 888-601-TRADE. Mention Offer Radio 50. Call 888-601-TRADE or online at otaclass.com. That's 888-601-8723 or otaclass.com.
Think you're fat? You might just be bloated. Find out by calling now for a free trial of Nubiotics, the new breakthrough that flattens bloated bellies fast. For a free trial, call 1-800-959-9644.
I used to be plagued by potbelly and constant bloating. After taking Nubiotics, my belly flattened and continues to get flatter. My sense of bloating and discomfort is gone.
If you've got a big belly, you might not be fat. You might just be bloated. Nubiotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. So just think how much better you'll look and feel. Think you might be bloated? Call now for a free trial of Nubiotics and see how much flatter it makes your belly. You might be surprised. But hurry, call now for details while these free trials last. 1-800-959-9644. That's 1-800-959-9644. 1-800-959-9644.
Don't forget tonight's basketball game. It's at the United Center at 7 o'clock. Tal Brody will be there.
Yeah, Tel Aviv versus Milan. Amy will be in the Tal Brody booth sitting in between Kevin Youkilis and Mark Spitz. I've named a lot of Jewish athletes today. I'm pretty impressed.
Yes, you have. Thanks so much for making us a part of your morning. Thanks to David Stripling and Cesar Perez.
Shake and bake.
And we'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Now here's Mike Scott again with news from here at home and around the world.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're following right now. The leader of a major crimes task force in Lake County says the death of Fox Lake police officer Joe Glinowitz still being investigated as a homicide. Chicago wins ConAgra but loses some jobs. We'll tell you where. Royals beat the White Sox in 10, 5-3. WIND Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Is Joaquin coming? People are preparing from the Jersey Shore to the Carolina coasts.
It might be a pain and it might be inconvenient to go ahead and make sure everything's put up and secure.
Yeah. His number will be 7:30. Yeah,
Wait,
probably.
one time, yeah.
And McHenry County. Yes, the school board. Yeah, so somebody else on Russia.
Can we have somebody who's tracking Joaquin?
Ben Carson.
Ben Carson, yeah. Where's BC when you need him? All right. What do you think, Dan?
I don't know.
I'm going golfing, and Dan's going to model at a fashion show. What's wrong with this day? Well, we're back tomorrow at 5.
Yeah, do another suburban teacher strike.
Okay. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
We got another suburban teacher strike.
Whose side are you on? We're back at 5 a.m. 560, The Answer. Wait 2 seconds. Let me make sure. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
We got another suburban teacher strike.
Whose side are you on? Jacobson. You know what? If the Pirates lose every game between now and the end of the season, which is around the corner, we could possibly. But we have to win all our games and they have to lose all theirs. Just saying. Right. Well, they could. Or are they done playing? No, they're done playing the Cardinals.
Yeah. I don't know.